Good morning, our honorable board members. Are you all ready to begin our day? Thank you so much. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has begun.
Recording has begun.
Good morning. Today is Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. This is a full board hearing day. Present are the Honorable Russell Boyd, the Honorable Henry Eldridge, the Honorable Geraldine Miro, the Honorable Molly Taylor, and the Honorable Dan Weidman, and myself, Kim Frederick. Mr. Eldridge, would you please open us in prayer?
Yes, ma'am. Our Father, please be with this board and staff as we conduct these hearings today. We ask that you be with the inmates, victims, and their families as we seek to make the proper decisions. Guide us and challenge us as we work to accomplish our goals in life. Watch over our families as we strive to pursue the challenges that we encounter each day. We ask this in thy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We will begin our day with case number 10. Case number 10, George Causey. One moment as Allendale connects. Hello there, Allendale. We're here for case number 10, George Freeman Causey.
Good morning. I'm Elise Zimmerman Pam Collins. Inmate George Causey has refused to attend his hearing today. This was documented on Form 1515.
Thank you. One moment as we clear the room. And the room is clear.
Mr. George Causey is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 6, Henry Frampton Bluer. Case number 6, Henry Bluer. And Mr. Bluer will be represented by attorney Michael Stover, who is present with him at the institution. One moment as they connect. And again, we are waiting for case number 6, Henry Bluer. Okay, it appears we're having some difficulty with retrieving all parties involved. One moment as we clear the room. And we will head to Kirkland for case 30, Charles Shirro. Case 30, Charles Shirro. One moment as Kirkland connects. Hello there, Kirkland. We're here for case 30, Mr. Charles Shirro. Hello there, Kirkland. Confirming you are Mr. Charles Shirro.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining. You're before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Shirro. We hope you are doing well this morning. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
much I can do right now because I don't have a place to stay. My sister was sponsoring me, but at this time she did not sponsor me for parole. I don't have nowhere to go to.
Okay, have you taken any programs or had any counseling or anything that's been helpful to you while you've been incarcerated?
I went through the Narcotics Anonymous program, and it was one more program. I forget what it was, but it's been a long time ago. I've been locked up 40 years.
Yes, sir. I see that you have some infractions from within the institution from this year. Is there any reason for that, sir?
Well, of course there's a reason. I got caught with a cell phone as I was transferred from Ridgeland Correctional Institute to Lieber some time back. And the cell phone didn't even work. Somebody gave it to me. Cell phones cost $2,000 or $3,000. And I don't have no money. But a cell phone probably saved my life at least 2 times when I was at Ridgeland. And I'll tell you why.
That's not
At
necessary,
nighttime,
Mr. Shirro. Thank you. You're not supposed to have that within the
Okay.
institution. That's against the rules. But thank you for sharing that with us. Tell us at this point
Okay.
in your life, if you could speak to your victim's family, what, if anything, would you say to them?
I would say just like I did last year, I wish I was the one that would have got killed in that crime, not their kinsman. And I'm sorry that it happened. It should not have happened, just as I testified in my trial. I testified for the victim in my trial. He should not have been killed.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything else that you would like to say to this board today?
No.
We thank you very much for your time, sir. If you will please exit the room, we'll have an answer for you later today. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Have a good day.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Yes, please wait as the victims join from central office. Also, we have a statement to be read.
Good morning. Good morning. You all are here for the parole consideration case of Charles Shirro, is that correct?
That's correct.
We are very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought you to be a part of this hearing, but we certainly appreciate you being here with us today. Before we begin, I do need each of you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this case. Ma'am, can we begin with you?
I'm Becky Boulware, and I'm sister-in-law to the
Thank you.
victim.
Yes, ma'am. And sir?
Samuel, or I go by Matt Orwell, and I'm the brother of the victim.
Thank you. Again, we are so very sorry for the circumstances, but we appreciate you joining us today. We do have the facts of the events, and we have heard from Mr. Shirro. At this time, we'd like to hear from you all, whether you are for or against parole, and if either of you or both of you wishes to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so.
I am against parole.
Are you asking me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Very much opposed and want to make a statement.
Certainly. You go right ahead.
Good morning. I'm Samuel Boulware, the brother of Tom Boulware, who was murdered and mutilated by Shirro and his co-defendant Spodnik, who died of natural causes while serving his life sentence. I'm glad to have the opportunity to express my strong opposition to Shirro's parole. Having participated in these hearings for years now, much of what I'll say today will have been heard by some of you before, but because of member rotation of your board, my comments will probably be new to some of you. Although these hearings are not enjoyable, I always appreciate the opportunity to express my views. This year, there is an issue that I want to cover for the first time because I was not aware of it before. I will get to that shortly, but first I will comment on the basics of what I've covered in prior hearings. In total, my comments today will probably take a few minutes longer than they have in the past few years when I submitted a statement which was read to the board and also phoned in to make additional comments. I think that additional time, if any, will be well spent as I will describe an issue which I believe you will appreciate hearing about. In the interest of time and efficiency, I prepared the comments which I'm reading. To get straight to the point concerning Shirro's current parole request, I and both of my surviving sisters are 100% opposed to his parole. My sisters, both of whom are in their 80s, would be here today if they were physically able to be. They, plus another sister that we lost to COVID, attended these hearings in prior years. I feel extremely justified in expressing our feelings that anyone who could do what Shirro did should never be paroled. Although I understand and respect the solicitor's reasoning for not seeking the death penalty, I feel that Shirro got a break when he got his life sentence instead of the death penalty. He should serve the life sentence in its entirety. My brother was very important to our family, of course, and also to his many friends. We were heartbroken when we learned that he had associated with some people that he should not have. But that does not change anything about what Shirro did, nor his sentence. My brother had faults, as probably all of us do, but he did many good things during his life. He grew up as the youngest child in a hard-working, well-respected, middle-class family in Fairfield County. After high school, he attended Spartanburg Junior College and then the University of South Carolina, where he earned his degree. While attending USC, he worked at the State Tax Bureau. Shortly after college graduation, he was appointed to serve out the unexpired term of the Fairfield County Treasurer, who had to retire early due to health problems. After that, Tom worked for several state and federal agencies and departments. He was not perfect, but he never by any means did anything to deserve what Shirro and Spotnik did to him. There was nothing spontaneous about the murder. Shirro and Spotnik had a plan, and they executed their plan. They lured my brother to the murder site, killed him in a most brutal manner, and then mutilated his body, attempting to conceal the crime. I believe that the parole board members have been informed of the gruesome details, so I do not plan to cover them again unless someone needs me to. Does everybody know the details?
Yes, sir, we do have the
Okay.
facts of the offense.
Good.
Thank you.
I don't believe that anyone who knows the details would think that Shirro deserves to be paroled. To be set free to roam the city, the state, or wherever, free to do again the kind of things that he has shown to be capable of. I do not believe that Shirro has been reformed. After his trial, claims surfaced that he sought murder contracts from members of the prosecution staff. While incarcerated, he has a long record of bad behavior, including possessing, using, distributing, or at least trying to distribute, contraband items such as alcohol and various drugs, cell phones, possessing a weapon, and threatening to harm others. On social media, he bragged about being a gang member. His bad behavior continued during 2024, attempting to smuggle a contraband phone into prison in February and threatening to harm an employee in June, for which he is still being punished on giving up privileges, by having privileges taken. Such actions do not indicate that any reformation has occurred. I am doubtful that a person who committed such heinous crimes could ever be reformed. There has never been any question about what was done, nor Shirro's role in it. He eventually confessed and gave a statement to police. In his appeal to the state Supreme Court, his conviction and life sentence were both upheld. Nothing except one thing which I want to address in a minute is materially different now than it was at Shirro's previous parole hearings. My family has gone through another year without my brother. The unchanged facts are: 1, my brother is dead. Shirro is guilty of the murder and mutilation. Shirro still has a life sentence plus some months for bad behavior in prison, and nothing indicates that Shirro is a different person today than he was in 1984. I trust that the parole board understands and agrees with my position and will deny Shirro's parole so that justice will be served. Now, to get to an additional issue that I believe is important related to the case. I will begin this by saying that I fully understand that parole decisions and inmate custody classification decisions are two different and separate processes, as they should be. I believe that the two could be closely related. I believe that a custody classification could conceivably be a factor in parole decision, especially if the classification is changed from what it has been previously. A change in classification could, and probably would be, viewed as a change and either an improvement or worsening in the inmate's behavior, which seems completely logical to me to conclude that. Expressed differently, if two inmates are the same or very similar in everything, including their crimes, their sentence, the length of time served, their prison history on things like jobs, education achievements, certificates earned, and the level of support or opposition for their parole request or anything else you can name are the same, with one inmate being classified medium and the other inmate classified close, it seems logical, and I believe and hope there will be reality, that the medium custody inmate would have the better chance of being paroled. Now, let me take this from theoretical to the real world, and you will see the point that I'm getting at. The last point I described above about Shirro, that nothing indicates that he is a different person today than he was in 1984, leads to what I need to talk about. I will say some things that give me a minute. I will say things that I know are true and other things that I strongly believe are true. I will try to clearly distinguish between facts and beliefs. Although I have learned a lot this year about the SCDC inmate custody classification process, I obviously am not the ultimate expert on the subject, nor on the parole process. I might say something, whether it be significant or insignificant, that you know is not correct. If so, please let me know, and I will accept and respect your input. My understanding is that the parole board is provided information, probably including the inmate's custody classification, from records maintained by SCDC Classification and Inmate Records Division. Board members and anybody else could access the information online if it is not otherwise provided to you. My concern is caused by the confirmed fact that the information can be inaccurate. And my belief is that inaccurate information could conceivably influence a parole decision. To explain further, it is documented that Shirro is now correctly classified as close custody inmate, whereas he was incorrectly classified as medium custody at the time of last year's parole hearing. In fact, he was incorrectly classified as medium from August 2022 until February 2024 for a year and a half, when the SCDC Deputy Director of Operations, Mr. Anderson, got involved, confirmed that Shirro's medium classification was wrong because the relatively new inmate classification process or procedures had not been correctly applied, and had his classification corrected back to close as it had been for the past 37, 38 years before the misclassification. So he was classified medium and had to be changed to close. I believe there could be similar classification inaccuracies existing now, and there could be others in the future. Unfortunately, the general public, including victims like myself, probably do not know an inmate's classification, much less what it should be. They do not understand how the classification process is supposed to work. They assume, as they should be able to, that the custody and inmate record staff do their jobs correctly, and therefore they do not personally need to keep up with classifications. While Shirro was misclassified, he was held in medium custody institutions which are have less supervision and less security than he should have. And he was given more privileges like visits, more phone call time, increased canteen spending, different work assignment possibilities, and maybe others that he should have had. He should have had those extra opportunities. It bothers me a great deal that Shirro was misclassified and received additional unwarranted privileges. However, I take comfort in knowing that those things are all over and done with, at least for Shirro. The way I look at it is his receiving the low level security and the additional privilege is the bad news. The good news is that this parole board performed your job effectively, not allowing misclassification to affect the parole decisions. I thank you for that, and it is one of the reasons I am here today. I could have delivered my comments today by several other means, but I elected to travel from out of state to be here to thank you for your prior decisions and to express my opposition to Shirro's current request. While I am appreciative that Shirro's prior parole requests were denied, it concerns me that when a misclassification occurs, as it did in Shirro's case, I believe that under certain circumstances, the parole decision could conceivably be impacted. I feel that Shirro's crime is so heinous or gruesome, coupled with his really bad behavior while incarcerated, that he should never be paroled. Although this parole board has always made the correct decisions regarding Shirro, even when the misclassification existed, I feel that SCDC classifications and inmate record division, by not performing their job correctly, partially, quote, paroled Shirro from close custody for a year and a half. Obviously, I hope that SCDC will not allow such problems to occur, but there are reasons to believe that other inmates could currently be misclassified because of inaccuracies in the past, and that similar problems could occur in the future, unless and until it is verified and confirmed that the real root causes or systemic issues that have been properly identified and addressed. In February 2024, an Assistant Deputy Director of Operations agreed that SCDC would perform a review of the application of the classification procedures to make sure that root causes and systemic issues were identified and addressed. However, Weeks and months passed with apparently little, if anything, being done, with a request for status updates being ignored, not even acknowledged. Finally, after the status request was intensified, replied in late April saying that things like that looked to me like they were talking around the issues but not really addressing them. For example,
Mr. Boyer, I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir, but we have no control over the classification system at the Department of Corrections.
I understand that.
And I appreciate what you're saying, and I appreciate you sharing all of your comments. But the parole board has no authority to comment or anything regarding the procedures and policies that occur at the Department of Corrections.
And I appreciate it, and I recognize that, and I know that, and I stated that up front. But I feel like a few minutes ought to be allowed.
And I'm allowing you a few minutes, but if you could please wrap up your comments, we would greatly appreciate it, sir.
Well, I'm talking about comments about a subject that let somebody be misclassified for a year and a half.
Again,
So I
sir,
think
we
that's
have
worthy
no
of a few
authority
comments.
over that. We are here simply to determine if Mr. Shirro is a good candidate for parole, and if so, what his guidelines would be. We do have criteria that we look at, and that is published, public information. It's on the website. I'm very sorry, but we just have no authority over classification or changing that process.
But I'm getting to things that you do have authority on.
Okay, in the interest of time, I would respectfully ask you to just speak to your comments about being opposed to parole and anything in regard to that.
She wants you to talk about how you oppose the parole here.
I did that already.
And that's all you have, that's all they wanna hear from you. That's what they wanna hear.
If you can just
Oppose
please
the-
summarize the rest of your report, we would greatly appreciate it, sir.
If I can
Thank
do
you.
what?
If you could please
I'm
just.
sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. If you could please if you could summarize the rest of what you have to say, we would greatly appreciate it.
Okay, I'll do that. I'll just go to the final point.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
About the parole.
Can I start where I summarize and read the final paragraphs?
Yes, sir, certainly.
Okay. To summarize, thankfully, the parole decisions for Shirro in 2022 and 2023 were not affected. His misclassification has now been corrected, and I believe that he will always be correctly classified in the future. But Shirro is just one inmate in the population of thousands. Just correcting Shirro's classifications did nothing to fix the root causes and issues, although SCDC and State Inspector General act like it did. There is no confirmation that the root causes issues have or will be properly addressed. Therefore, it concerns me that some other inmates might be classified wrong, either now or in the future, and in my view, in some circumstances, an incorrect classification could conceivably influence a parole decision. I'm talking in generality now, not.
They don't care about
I believe a diligent review such as requested by the State Inspector General should provide needed answers. I believe that a thorough review might identify several problems that could be viewed as root causes. For example, inadequate training on the recently revised process and procedures, reluctance to use the override feature, because when it is used, the person doing review is required to perform additional documentation work for review and approval, tendency by the CNIR classification and inmate records management to minimize the importance of accurate classifications, overzealous determination to show that the relatively new classification process will meet the stated goal of significantly reducing the number of close inmates.
No,
It was
they
stated,
have nothing to do with
and
that.
ineffective management review and control procedures. based on my experience in trying to understand the how and why of Shirro's misclassification. All listed above items seem to be real. But this is the key. But I believe that the deepest rooted cause is the cavalier attitude that seems to be present in the SCDC. Not all, of course, but too many staff seem to have the attitude that they can ignore or violate procedures without facing any consequences. And too many illustrate that they are more focused on denying or justifying problems than they are on owning and fixing them. Even resorting to misleading half-truths and or untruths to do so. And it appears that State Inspector General, for some reason, is reluctant to challenge or confront SCDC. I have tried and am continuing the effort to learn what is really being done to identify the root causes so that misclassifications will not occur in the future, and identify and address any existing misclassifications. So far, these efforts have been unsuccessful because of SCDC's misleading and non-committal feedback and the Inspector General's denial of a request to perform a review, which I believe is authorized and responsible. My concerns might be viewed as overdone, but I believe they are realistic until and unless we know that the problem has been solved. Because of what I think are good reasons to be skeptical that root causes issues have been appropriately identified and addressed, especially in light of the position that SC and State Inspector General are taking, and my belief that parole decisions could conceivably be affected. I feel justified, and this is what you asked me to get to, and it took me a while. I feel justified in asking this board to please be aware of the confirmed problem and if something does not look or sound right, please ask legitimate questions for clarification. Obviously, you should be able to use the information that is maintained by the Classification and Inmate Records Division, knowing that it is accurate. We need to get to that point, but unfortunately, the facts that's described above tell us that we are not there yet. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk.
Thank you. We appreciate all of your comments, and again, we are very, very sorry for the loss of your brother. Thank you both for traveling here with us today. If you all will exit with these ladies, we'll have an answer for you in just a few moments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning. This is Yolanda Hemingway with the Office of Victim Services. The statement will be read from Carolyn Bolware Sanders, a family member of the victim. I am the 84-year-old sister of the victim, Charles Thomas Bolware, who this piece of humanity murdered in 1984. I cannot attend the parole hearing in person, but I want you to know how important this is to my family and me. This was a heinous crime in that my brother was beaten to death with a baseball bat, his body decapitated and mutilated, and his personal belongings and vehicle burned. I would never in any shape or form agree with the notion that this murderer is paroled or released into any community ever. He would be a dangerous threat to society and a menace and nightmare for law enforcement. I request this letter be read before the full parole board, and I plead to the board not to release this murderer. He was sentenced to life imprisonment. Let there be truth in the sentencing. Let him continue to serve his life sentence. Thank you for hearing my voice and considering my wishes highly. Respectfully, Carolyn B. Sanders. End of statement.
And the room is clear.
is unanimous. Numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 28. Case number 28, James Robinson. One moment as Lee connects. Hello there, Lee. Confirming you are Mr. James Fitzgerald Robinson.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Robinson. We hope you were doing well this morning. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole, sir.
Well, good morning to you all, and thank you very much for having me. Well, actually, what I've done is I've maintained courses, classes that Department has offered. In addition to that, I've been into a mentoring program down in the CBU where I'm currently living. And continue to work, was doing vocational classes, doing it while the gentleman, before the gentleman had took sick, and the program is no longer up and running at this particular time. And as well, just continuing to stay positive and do positive things, working every day down at the prison industry with this, working with this job with Frampton Service Incorporated that they have coming in. And just continue to stay positive and continue to excel and do well and prepare myself for, this parole.
Thank you, sir. What are your plans if you are paroled?
My plans is to continue to elevate and never return to those particular things and things that caused me here. My plans is to work continuously. Plan to work with this job in the prison industry that I'm working on now. If I'm paroled, they are willing to employ me there, as well as just like I say, staying positive and doing well in society.
All right, Mr. Robinson, if you had the opportunity to speak to any of your victims, what, if anything, would you say to them at this point in your life?
I would tell them, I would say to them how sorry I am and for causing them any pain and suffering. I would also let them know that they did nothing. They did absolutely nothing to have me to violate them in any way. And I would pray every day that they had not allowed my behavior to hinder them in their daily life. I just want you all to know that I am so sorry for causing any pain or harm to anyone. And that wasn't who I am, and that's not who I am to this day. Although I committed crimes, although I've done wrong, but I guarantee each and every one of you that's there today that this is nothing that I would have in my life again. I would not sit before you all and have pleading to you all to give me this chance and have each one of you to regret granting me parole this day. I promise each one of you that. It's just.
Were you under the influence
Yes,
of
ma'am.
drugs or alcohol when you committed your crimes?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And are you clean and
And
sober today?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Have you
And I
taken?
have no intention, ma'am,
You go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I have no intentions in returning to any of those, that lifestyle again. During my incarceration time, just recently, I've been under the throat cancer. I had throat cancer, and by the grace of God, it's been now in remission for about 11 years, 12 years now. And those things, the smoking and all of this stuff, right, that caused me problems, that caused me harming other folk, I would not turn back to doing those things to influence me in another way because other people pain and suffering. I'm just, again, my heart is so full of remorse for causing folk harm. You know, I had a family and got a family that loved me, loved folk, and have never, you know, done these things.
Thank you, sir.
And they support me. Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you are paroled, that you will need to register as a sex offender?
Yes, ma'am.
Will that be an issue?
And I am, ma'am?
You were willing and able to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else? Thank you. Is there anything else that you want to make sure that we know today?
I want you all to know that under any stipulations among making parole or getting granted parole, under any stipulations that you all will have me to have to go through or whatever, I tend to live through it and do it. So, you know, I just want this chance. I need this chance.
Thank you, sir.
I plead to each and one of you.
Are there any additional questions from the board?
I have one.
Yes, ma'am, Mrs. Murray.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
You committed a crime twice at the same residence. Can you tell me why?
I have no reasons why committing these crimes. Is just, I really don't know. I can't, that's a question that I can't answer. But just trying to make money, get money to support those habits that I was in at that particular time.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. We certainly appreciate your time this morning. If you'll exit the room, sir, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear.
Mr. James Fitzgerald Robinson is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 6. Case number 6, Henry Bluer, and will be represented by attorney Michael Stover, who is present with him at the institution. One moment as they connect. Hello there, Allendale. Confirm you are Mr. Henry Bluer.
Yes, ma'am.
There with you, we have attorney Michael Stover, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you both for joining. You're before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, gentlemen. We hope you both are doing well this morning. Mr. Bluer, I want to let you know that we did receive the packet of information that was submitted to us, and we have reviewed it, so thank you very much for that. Mr. Stover, are you going to begin, or is your client going to begin?
I'd like to begin, and I will try to be as brief as possible to reserve time for you guys to speak with Mr. Bluer this morning. Ready to begin if the board's ready to hear from me.
Yes, sir, certainly.
Okay. Thank you all again for your time. As mentioned, I'm going to try to be as brief as possible. As the board is aware, this is Henry's 9th hearing before the board. He is currently served 35 years of continuous incarceration. Henry has been incarcerated since he was 22 years old. And I'd like the board, if you could, to think back to when you were 22 and what kind of person you were, the things that you did, the things you enjoyed at 22, and compare that to the person you are, the things you do today, the things you enjoy doing today, and just understand that we all change over our lifetime, and Henry's no different. And the change that's occurred with him from 22 years ago to today has been rather immense. I know you've all reviewed his parole file. You've read the things that we submitted on his behalf to you. You understand that he did plead guilty to the crimes he's convicted of. He has consistently taken ownership of the things that he did, and he's consistently expressed remorse for the crimes that he committed. One thing that I would note that is absent from the parole package that we did have an opportunity to review today is that after he completed his GED, he went on to earn his high school diploma through a cooperative program that the Department of Corrections had with Somerville High School. And I do believe that the documents that show that is in the information packet that I submitted to you a few weeks back. He's been and participate in many programs, Operation Behind Bars, and several other programs that show that, you know, not only is he grown and become a different person, but he's now somebody that wants to give back to his fellow inmates. He wants to give back to the community at large. Notably, he's had no disciplinary infractions since 1995. So for the past almost 30 years, he's been able to avoid having any kind of write-ups. That's kind of the functional equivalent of going 30 years without even having a speeding ticket. So obviously the factors that you guys consider, the respect for authority, the ability to keep himself out of trouble, he's shown that over the past 30 years during incarceration. No drug or alcohol incidents since then either, and one of the things to keep in mind is because of his participation in Operation Behind Bars and the other things that he's done, he has been consistently and regularly screened with urinalysis and things. So, you know, there's ample evidence that he has not had issues with alcohol or drugs during his incarceration for the past 30 years. I think if you review the Compass report and all the documents that we sent in, you understand that he poses very, very little to no risk of recidivism, very, very little to no risk of violent recidivism. And I think it's time for the board to let Henry, you know, restart his life outside of prison. Pending any questions for me from the board, that's all I have for you this morning.
Thank you, Mr. Stavern, and thank you for all the information. And again, you've answered a number of our questions within the packet, so thank you for that. Mr. Bluer, tell us how you feel about the crimes that you're convicted of.
I feel terrible it happened. I wish I could go back. I wish that I could change things, but I can't. So I grow from it, and I've learned from it, and I've learned the value of life since I've been in prison. And I told my lawyer earlier, I said, prison did me really good. I'm glad I come to prison, but I hate that I came to prison for what I came to prison for, because I can never give them their life back, but I could live my life for them by helping others and stuff like that, dedicating my life to trying to change other people's lives. Like through Operation Behind Bars, I talked to troubled kids and stuff that come in. I was a troubled kid my whole life growing up, and I try to talk to them and tell them ways to stay out of prison instead of trying to come to prison. Drugs and alcohol is the main factor of people coming to prison, and that's what I preach against.
How can you assure us that if we grant you parole, that something like this would never happen again?
Because I'm not the same person that I was when I committed my crime. I'm not in the same mindset. I don't even have the same values that I had back then, the same perspectives. Everything in me has changed. I'm a totally different person than when I was on the street.
Is your plan still to go to Jumpstart?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And beyond Jumpstart, what are your plans?
To drive trucks and operate heavy equipment. I plan to buy me a little trailer and maybe half-acre land and join the church and try to give back to the community. I still want to work with prosecutors and stuff through Operation Behind Bars to tell my story, not just to troubled kids, but to adults and anybody that'll listen.
All right, I want to let you know that we did also receive a letter separate from your packet from Miss Gilstra, a community organizer, and that has been placed in your parole file. Is there anything else that you want to make sure to tell us today, sir?
That I'm not the same person I was when I committed my crime, and I'm sorry. I'm really sorry from the bottom of my heart. Not just to the state of South Carolina, but to my victim's family also.
All right, thank you, sir. Are there any additional questions from the board? Mr. Staver, anything in closing, sir?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, gentlemen. We appreciate both of you being here today and for all of the information. If you all will please exit the room, we'll have an answer for you later today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is, we have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Yes, please wait as the victim joins by telephone. Yes, can I speak with, is this Mr. Schaefer?
Yes, ma'am, this is him.
Yes, if you would, please state your name and your relationship to the case of Henry Bluer.
My name is Jeremy Wainwright Schaefer. I'm the son of Lucian Wainwright Schaefer, the deceased, and Henry's my uncle.
Thank you, sir. Please wait for the board to address you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Schaefer. We are very sorry for the circumstances that brought you to be a part of this hearing today, but thank you so much for joining us. At this time, we would like to know from you whether you are for or against parole, and if you would like to make a statement, you are welcome to do so, sir.
Yes, ma'am. I'm for parole at this time, and I'd like to make a little quick statement. I know y'all don't have all day.
It's okay. You go right ahead.
Okay. Mr. Henry, I know he was incarcerated for 36 years almost. We keep in touch on the phone. We wrote. We remorsed together. He has achieved so many programs in the system helping other inmates to get out and be a positive life. I know Henry, he's very remorseful for what's taken place back in '89, all due to drugs, believe it or not. And I believe he's very forgiving and we were raised to forgive. And I know my dad would want to give him a second chance also, you know, to better his life and get out. And I promised him that I would help him in any way I could if he was paroled. And my understanding is if he is released, he will be going to a jump start. So I checked in all that, and that's a wonderful program also. But I just can please consider my uncle on parole at this time, and thank y'all for y'all's time.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Schaefer. We really do appreciate you calling in to speak with us. Someone from Victim Services will be back in touch with you to let you know the outcome of the hearing. Thank you, sir. We wish you well.
Okay, thank y'all so much.
Please
Bye-bye.
wait as the room clears. The room is clear.
Voice votes, please. Mr. Boyd,
Deny.
Mr. Eldridge,
Deny.
Mrs. Murray,
Approve.
Mrs. Taylor,
Deny.
Mr. Weidman,
Deny.
and I have denied. Mr. Henry Frampton Bluer is denied parole. The vote is 5-1. Numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 35. Next case is case number 35, Craig Anthony Stubbs. One moment as Evans connects. Hello there, Evans. Confirming you are Mr. Craig Anthony Stubbs.
Yes.
Thank you for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Stubbs. We hope you were doing well this morning. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
I prepared myself by attending all the classes that was required, and attending any other class that I can. I made provisions through education with the jobs that I worked through, and I guess that's about all I've done.
All right. What is your plan if you are paroled?
My plan is to work and to maybe get into a drug treatment program and to be a positive community person.
We are looking at your institutional record, and you have some infractions from this year. In February, you were using some type of narcotic. What was that?
Well, it was described as marijuana, but the officer said that by her experience, I was under the influence. She never made no confirmation on that matter.
Have you used anything since then?
No, ma'am.
Okay, you mentioned that you might want to participate in a drug treatment program. Is that something that you've done in the past?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I've completed a couple of classes for drug treatment.
All right. If you could speak to your victims or their family, what, if anything, would you say to them at this point in your life?
That I was young and foolish at the time that this crime was committed, and that my actions are no longer looked at, and I'm very truly sorry for the loss of the family. If I could change anything, I would. I've since learned to be a man and not a young boy with doing foolish things. I now value life and accept my responsibility for the things that I've done. And I hope for forgiveness and hope that the family can forgive me as I pray to Lord Jesus Christ to forgive me for my crimes.
Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed the murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Is there anything else that you want to tell us today, sir?
That I'm truly sorry for my past actions, and that I've learned that now how to live, to be a man, and to survive, and try maybe pray that this committee would give me a second chance, if you provided for my co-defendant, to reform myself and to show you that I can be productive in society and do the right thing. I can make you proud by giving me a chance to show you that I would never commit any more crimes against any state or anywhere. And I've wondered if this board realized that I've been asking for out-of-state parole, that I'm trying to get to a state that have more opportunities for people who've been convicted of crimes and high crimes such as I have. They have programs down there that would help me to rehabilitate and to stay positive and to be accepted into society again, and to dwell in a better environment and help me get better jobs and all. This program called Savannah Impact Program, I've been communicating with them, asking them for acceptance to their program, and they have a very high rate of recidivism for inmates not to come back, or, you know what I'm saying, re-offend. And I'd like to be a part of that program.
All right. Thank you, sir. Are there any additional questions from the board? All right, Mr. Stubbs, thank you for coming in today, sir. We appreciate your time. If you will please exit the room, we'll have an answer for you later today.
All right, thank you.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as the victims join from central office.
Good morning. You all have a seat and be comfortable.
Thank you.
You are here for the parole consideration case of Craig Stubbs, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We are very sorry for the circumstances that brought you all to be a part of this hearing, but thank you so much for joining us today. Before we begin, I do need each of you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this case. Ma'am, can we begin with you, please?
I'm Nancy Lee, the mother of the victim.
Thank you.
Patrick Lee, brother of the victim.
Bonnie Lee Claiborne, cousin of the victim.
Dale Lee, cousin of the victim.
Thank you, and again, we appreciate you all being here, and we're very sorry for the circumstances. At this time, we would like to know from you all whether you were for or against parole, and if anyone would like to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so.
I'll attempt to be brief and save you all time for the much long day you probably have of doing more of these. We oppose and strongly make an appeal to you all to oppose Craig Stubbs being released. Y'all sit and look at a piece of paper to review cases and incidents that have happened in the past, and you have to make a decision. It's not always easy with a piece of paper because ink fades, memories fade, and circumstances don't always stay fresh in the minds of people that are not always close to victims. You have a tremendous responsibility and a burden upon you. And I'm sure y'all take that extremely serious. But I would also ask you to please maintain the fire that is within you all to continue to do the justice to the cases that need to be overseen and the right decisions made. The paper fades, but the value of the life we should all hold extremely delicate. The measure of a life itself is why justice was actually constructed, and that we must value it. It's not an easy decision for some of y'all, I'm sure sometimes, but we must think that this was my brother was a young man, 18, 19 years old. I was just 11, 12 when this happened. And they made a decision as an offender to brutally murder him. Tied him up, shot him 4 times in the back of the head was not a mistake. That was a conscious decision. And I ask you to maintain the value of a life and preserve justice, and that you have that burden, but you also have that duty, and you can make the world a better place. And this isn't about revenge or unnecessary suffering. It is so we do maintain the value of a life. And we thank you for taking a moment, for allowing us to speak and come forward to ask this. And I challenge you all, make this final appeal to you all. Jeff Lee was a young man, and his justice needs to continue for him. And I thank you all for allowing us to be here.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. We certainly appreciate your comments. And again, we are so very sorry for the loss of your brother. Does anyone else wish to speak? And you all are in agreement with Mr. Lee's statement. Well, again, we thank you all for taking the time to be here with us today. If you all will exit with these ladies, we'll have an answer for you in just a few moments. We wish you well. Mr. Craig Anthony Stubbs is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 4, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 16, James Fosik. Case number 16, James Fosik. One moment as Terry connects. Hello there, Perry. Confirm you are Mr. James Donald Fosik.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Fosik. We hope you are doing well today. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
Learned a skill that I feel like I would be an asset to the public. I've been involved in a CBU program for 5 years now. And I've kept my nose clean and stay away from trouble. I just pretty much prepare myself to be released if it's the will of the board.
Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed this murder?
I was smoking marijuana, yes, ma'am.
Do you have any issues with drugs or alcohol at this point in your life?
I haven't touched anything in the last 17 years. I've pretty much done away with it. But I mean, if it's required to take an ATU program, I'll do that.
Right. And who do you plan to live with and where do you plan to work if you are paroled?
Well, I have to sign up for a parole employment program until I can find the job that I'm looking for. But I plan on living with a friend in Richmond, Horwath, in Liberty and Anderson County.
Mr. Fosik, if you could speak to your victim's family at this point in your life, what, if anything, would you say to them?
I am sorry from the deepest parts of my heart. I know I caused them an unimaginable amount of pain. I owe a debt I can never really pay. And I just wish I had never put Mary Lee in that situation. It was an accident. It shouldn't have never happened. And I am sorry.
Is there anything else that you want to make sure that we know today?
No, man, that's about it.
Are there any additional questions from the board?
I was just wondering. No, no, I don't.
Well, we thank you for coming in and thank you for your time, sir. If you will exit the room, we'll have an answer for you later today. Thank you, Mr. Fosik.
Yes, ma'am.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as the victims join from central office, and then we will bring a telephone victim in.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You are here for the parole consideration of James Fosik, is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you please state your name for the record and your interest in this case?
My name is Jonathan Gasser. I was the lead prosecutor here in Richland County on Mr. Fosik's second trial, the trial for which he is currently incarcerated on.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gasser. I think we have an additional victim we need to bring in at this point, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Hold, please.
Thank you.
Yes. Mr. and Mrs. Witten?
It's Mrs. Witten and son Jeff.
Thank you, ma'am. I apologize. Please state your name.
That's fine.
If you could, state your name and relationship to the case of James Fosik.
My name is Sandra Whitten, and Lee was my daughter.
Thank you, ma'am. And also, if your son.
Do you need for him to tell you?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Okay. Hello?
Yes. Please state your name and your relationship to the case of James Fosik.
Oh, okay. Yes, ma'am. My name is Jeff Whitten, and I'm Lee's brother.
Thank you. Please wait for the board to address you.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning to the Whittens. I want to let you know that we do have Mr. Gasser here with us in central office. Thank you for joining us by phone. We are very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought all of you to be a part of this hearing today, but we certainly appreciate you joining us. Ms. Whitten, do you want to begin, or would you like Mr. Gasser to go first?
Mr. Gasser could go first.
Yes.
And thank you, Johnny.
Thank you, Mr. Gasser.
Madam Chairwoman, this is, I've been present during all of Mr. Fosik's parole hearings, but just for the record, I first got involved in this case when I was a law clerk. I believe it was the summer of 1986. It was dubbed the Summer of Fear here in the greater Columbia area because Sherry Faye Smith went missing, Deborah May Helmick went missing, and Mary Lee Whitten went missing. And of course, the first two were victims of Larry Jean Bell, and unfortunately for Mary Lee, she was victim by James Fosik. Mr. Fosik abducted her in the lower Richland area of Richland County, took her to a wooded area, he raped her, and then he crushed her skull with a funeral urn. He was originally arrested and prosecuted, I believe it was late 86 or early 87. It was my third year of law school. I worked on the case as a law clerk. He was convicted, sentenced to life. 9 years later, his case was overturned on post-conviction relief as a result of an error that then Solicitor Anders had made. He was granted a new trial in 1995. I was then the deputy solicitor here in Richland County, and I was the lead prosecutor in 1996. You have all of the facts before you. One of the things I did want to state for the record, I worked on over 400 murder cases in my 20 years as a federal and state prosecutor, including 89 jury trials. And the one thing that stands out with Mr. Fosik with me were his eyes. I sat there and watched him over a period of several days, twice. His first trial in the 80s, and then when I prosecuted him in 1996. And he just had dark, emotionless eyes. And I just would never forget those eyes. And I would respectfully request on behalf of the Fifth Circuit Solicitor's Office and the Richland County Sheriff's Department, who granted me permission to come for all of Mr. Fosik's parole hearings, and we are opposed to him being released from prison. And I thank you for the time that you've given me.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gasser, and thank you for all the work that you've done. We certainly appreciate it. Ms. Whitten, do you or your son wish to make a statement?
I do. And thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak for my daughter, Lee. I am her voice. I was 41 when she was taken from us. I'm now 80 years old, and all I have left are pictures and memories. She loved animals, and she took that part-time job at that animal clinic, and that led to her death at his hands. My daughter Kay reminded me this week, she lives in Colorado, and she reminded me that South Carolina is a law and order state. And I thank God for that. It doesn't get easier at all, because I have nothing left. I oppose his being released, and I thank you for all the work that you do for the state of South Carolina. And I thank all of the victims advocates in your office. They are so kind and helpful. And I again want to thank Johnny Gasser for all his hard work and kindness through the years. And I am opposed.
Thank you, Ms. Whitten. Mr. Whitten, did you wish to say anything, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I'd just like to say that I'm opposed, and also to thank you and Mr. Gasser for what y'all do. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. And again, we are so very, very sorry for your loss. But thank you all for taking the time to join us today. It really does mean a lot to us. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gasser. If you all will please exit the rooms, we'll have an answer for you shortly. Thank you. We wish you well.
Thank you.
Wait for the room to clear.
The room is clear.
It's clear.
Mr. James Donald Fosik is denied parole. The vote is unanimous, numbers 1 and 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 11. Case number 11, Billy Clanton. One moment as water reconnects. Hello there, Watery. Confirming you are Mr. Billy Dennis Clanton.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining. You're before the board. Please wait for the timer to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Clanton. We hope you're doing well. Please tell us what you've done to get ready for parole.
Well, I've went through several different anger management classes, domestic violence awareness, maintained a job the whole time I've been here. Just trying to get this part of my life behind me. I made a mistake, and there was no excuse in my behavior, and I just like to have the opportunity to try to be the man that my kids and grandkids need me to be.
Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed this domestic violence assault?
I was drinking that night.
Okay. And what about you have a previous domestic violence conviction from 2017? Were you under the influence then as well?
Yes, ma'am. I was drinking that night too.
Okay. And have you participated in AA or any programs within the institution that have been helpful to you?
Yes, ma'am. I completed Solutions Road to Recovery, and I'm going through the AA classes that's on the MVO tablet, and I've been going through them now for probably 3 to 4 months now. I've got like 40 different certificates on the MVO. That's what I do to pass my time when I'm not working, and there's a lot of helpful information in that.
Okay,
It's taught me a lot of things that I didn't know then, but I know now.
All right, and where are you planning to live if you are paroled?
I'm planning to go back to my house, which is on Tadlock Road in Jefferson, South Carolina.
If you could speak to your victim, what, if anything, would you say?
Sorry. I wish I could go back and change it, but I can't.
Do you have any contact with your victim?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any children with her?
Not that I know of. I know that somebody said that she had got pregnant, but I don't think it's mine, just to be honest.
All right, is there anything else that you would like to tell us today, sir?
I would just like to have the opportunity to go back out and become a productive member of society, because before I got locked up, I was working 6 days a week, and I made a bad decision, and I know now what not to do, and that the answer ain't in that bottle. And thank to God that I haven't drank anything in going on 4 years now, and I don't plan on drinking nothing else.
All right, thank you, sir. Are there any other questions from the board? All right, Mr. Clanton, thank
no,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you for coming in today, sir. We appreciate your time. If you will exit the room, we'll have an answer for you later this afternoon.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Yes, please wait for the victims to join at central office. After central office victims, we do have a statement to be read separately.
Thank you. Good morning. You all are here for the parole consideration of Billy Dennis Clanton, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
We are very sorry for the circumstances that brought y'all to be a part of this hearing today, but thank you so much for joining us. Before we begin, I do need each of you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this case. Can we begin with you?
Dixie D's ex-stepdaughter. Melissa Schimber, ex-wife.
Ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate you being here and we're very sorry for the circumstances. At this time, we would like to know from you all whether you are for or against parole, and if either of you wishes to make a statement, you're certainly welcome to do so.
Against.
It's not necessary, but if you'd like to say anything else, you're welcome to, but you certainly don't have to. Well, thank you for being here, and again, we are very, very sorry for the circumstances, but we wish you both the very best. If you'll exit with these ladies, we'll have an answer for you in just a moment.
Okay,
Thank you
you.
so much. The room at Central is clear.
Please wait as OVS Hemingway has a statement to be read.
The statement will be read from Jamie Dees, the victim. I am opposed to parole. Mr. Clanton tried to strangle me on the night of December 31st, January 1st, 2020, during an argument when I terminated the relationship. Since the first attempt he made to take my life, I have not felt safe, as he has stated he wants to finish what he started if released. Not only do I fear my life, but the lives of my children as well. He will only do this again, as he already has, after faking an illness to be released the first time. He will continue his actions until he finally succeeds to taking a woman's life. Respectfully, Jamie Dees. End of statement.
The room is clear.
Mr. Billy Dennis Clanton is denied parole. The vote is unanimous, numbers 1, 2, and 4. Thank you.
Thank you. The time now is 10:30 a.m. We will pause for our first 10-minute break. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has been paused.
The recording has been paused.
Thank you. See you guys back in 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has resumed.
The recorder has resumed.
Thank you. It's 10:45 a.m. We're resuming our hearings. We're heading to Goodman for case number 14, Danica Felder. Case number 14, Danica Felder, and she has supporters. One moment as both parties connect. Hello there, Goodman, confirming you are Ms. Danica Felder.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And there at the support site, confirming you are here in support of Ms. Felder. Can you all verbally advise you are in support of Ms. Felder?
Yes.
Thank you for joining. You're before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Ms. Felder, and good morning to the ladies at Watkins. Thank you so much for joining us today. Ms. Felder, please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
I took classes, a lot of self-meditating and going to church and just getting myself together to get parole and going up for trying for housing and putting in applications for halfway house.
Is your plan to go to a halfway house if you are paroled?
Yes, ma'am.
Right, you were convicted of voluntary manslaughter. Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed this crime?
No, ma'am.
And what, if anything, would you say to your victim's family if you could speak to them?
I'm sorry. I hate that this happened. I wish I could take it all back. I'm a changed person. I'm not the way I used to be, and I just want a chance to get out of here and just make things right and live a good life and be a positive citizen and give back. And I just hate that this happened. I'm sorry, and I'm very remorseful.
All right, Ms. Felder, how can you assure us that something like this would never happen again if we granted you parole?
Staying around positive people, not doing things that I used to, keeping a track mind, staying in the church, raising my son, and working, and living a positive life.
All right, thank you. What's the most important thing that you've learned while you've been incarcerated?
That it's okay to walk away and realizing what I did wrong and changing myself and realizing how I can be a better person and taking the steps to be a better person.
Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today before I give your supporters a chance to speak?
I just pray that I'm given the chance. I'm not the way I used to be anymore. I changed in so many ways, and I'm very remorseful and wish to have a second chance at life.
Right, I see that you had an infraction in April of 2023 for some type of narcotic. What were you using then?
I was Remeron. It was a sleeping medication.
All right, are you still?
And now I have my own prescription for it.
You do, okay. Are you working with mental health?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that helpful to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that something that you would be willing to continue to comply with if you are paroled?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ladies at Watkins, I need each of you to please state your name for the record and your relationship to Ms. Felder, please.
My name is Barbara Isaac. I am Danica's aunt.
Thank you, Ms. Isaac. The other lady?
My name is Cindy Felder, and I'm Danica's mother.
Thank you, Ms. Felder. We appreciate both of you ladies being here to support her today. Do either of you wish to speak on her behalf?
Didn't understand the question.
I just said, would either of you like to speak on behalf of Ms. Felder?
Yeah, like I said, I'm Danica aunt, and I knew her all her little life, when she born. And sometimes my kids, tends to stray away, even though they brought up in the church. But, life is like a learning thing. Things happen. And I just pray that you hope that you guys can, kind of give her another chance, to prove herself. So I just, like I say, I knew her all over her life, and I think she's a pretty good kid, and things just happen. And it's no excuse for what she did, but I just hope that she's learned that things don't have to be the way it turned out to be.
Thank you, Ms. Isaac. Ms. Felder, do you wish to speak?
Yes, I think she learned a lesson, and I pray that grant her mercy. She do have a 12-year-old son, and he misses her and loves her very much, and I feel that she learned a lesson, and I hope y'all grant her mercy.
Thank you. Again, we appreciate you being here. She's very fortunate to have your support. Are there any other questions from the board? All right, ladies, thank you for joining us. If all of you will please exit the rooms, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
One moment as the room clears too. And the room is clear.
Ms. Danica Felder is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 3, 4, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 37, Matthew Thomas. Case number 37, Matthew Thomas. One moment as Tiger River connects. Hello there, Tiger River, confirming you are Mr. Matthew Randall Thomas.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Thomas. We hope you are doing well today. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
I've been doing adobo certificates. I've been finding a house, a halfway house to go to. And I don't know what else to say.
Which halfway house have you applied to?
It's called the AYA house.
Okay, and what is your plan beyond that?
To find a good job and save up my money and like buy a car, buy a house, do everything I should have done before I got arrested.
Mr. Thomas, you were convicted of criminal sexual conduct with a minor, 3rd degree. Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed your crime?
Yes, ma'am.
And what, if anything, have you done to address those issues?
I've been going to Narcotics Anonymous. I've been hanging out with people that are trying to stay clean and do the right thing and all that.
How long have you been clean?
Since August 28th.
Are you working with mental health?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that helpful to you?
It is.
All right. Is this probation violation still pending?
I don't think so. I had a friend call up there and she said they didn't have any warrants for me in North Carolina, so.
All right. Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today?
Just regardless if I make it or not, I'm improving myself, so that's it.
Do you understand that you will need to register as a sex offender if you are granted parole or when you max out your sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
We thank you for coming in, Mr. Thomas. Are there any additional questions from the board?
No, ma'am.
All right. If you will please exit the room, sir, we'll have an answer for you later today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as we have the victims join from central office and also Anderson Remote Office.
Good morning.
Yes, Anderson Remote Office?
Yes, we're here.
Yes. Can you please state your name and your relationship to the case of Matthew Thomas?
I'm Carmen Jensen, and I'm the mother of one of the victims.
Joanne Jensen, I'm one of the victims.
Thank you both. Please wait for the board to address you.
Thank you, ladies. We do have two other people here in central office. Ladies, I need you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this case.
My name's Rebecca Reed, and I'm the mother of the victim.
My name's Kaylee Dupree, and I'm the older sister of the victim.
Thank you all so very much for being here with us today. We are so very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought you to be a part of this hearing, but we certainly appreciate you joining us. We do have the facts of the offense, and we've heard from Mr. Thomas. At this time, we'd like to hear from you all whether you are for or against parole, and if anyone would like to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so. Would you all like to begin here in Central, or the folks at the satellite office in Anderson? Who would like to start?
I can start.
Thank you, ma'am.
Doesn't matter to me.
Again, I'm Rebecca Reed. I'm the mother of the victim, Chloe Dupree. I'm here today. I wrote what I was going to say because I didn't want to forget it. To express my extreme opposition to the parole of Matthew Thomas. On October 5th, 2021, he committed a horrific sexual assault against my daughter, Chloe. This crime was committed in front of 11-year-old Bella has had a devastating and irreversible impact on both Chloe and Bella's lives. Chloe has endured severe trauma, including multiple suicide attempts, one of which left her in ICU. She's been in and out of mental institutions. Bella, who witnessed the assault, has also been deeply affected, experiencing her own emotional and psychological trauma. Our bond with Chloe as a family has been deeply damaged, and I'm deeply concerned about her future as well as the lasting effects on Bella. I want the parole board to know that I don't have a hate for Matthew Thomas. I've known Matthew Thomas since he was 12 years old. When he was a troubled teen, I took him in and I tried to help him before my children were born. And despite my best efforts to guide him, he continued to struggle. Matthew was in the hospital the day Chloe was born. So it's with a heavy heart that I have to be here today before you. More recently, he came to Myrtle Beach seeking my support in sobriety. His attempts at sobriety were inconsistent, and with one period lasting up to a year, but ultimately he was unable to maintain it. The assault happened with Chloe while she was babysitting a friend's dog with her younger friend Bella. Matthew Thomas showed up at the house. He convinced her to try alcohol for the first time and convinced her to take extra seizure meds. While she was drugged, he sexually assaulted her in front of an 11-year-old. This experience has left Chloe struggling with severe PTSD, anxiety, and depression. She has difficulty trusting people and has become increasingly withdrawn. Chloe's trauma is manifested in numerous ways. She has nightmares and flashbacks that make it difficult for her to sleep. She's become isolated, withdrawing from friends and family, and has lost interest in activities she once enjoyed. The emotional and psychological scars are profound. And despite ongoing therapy, her recovery is slow and still uncertain. Chloe dropped out of school. She stopped taking care of herself physically. She's even shaved her head in a moment of duress. Bella, too, has been affected, struggling with fear, anxiety, and trust issues as a result of witnessing the assault. Matthew Thomas has a history of drug abuse, and the fact that he was on probation at the time of the assault further demonstrates his disregard for the law and his potential to reoffend. His actions show a pattern of behavior that poses a continued threat to society. To my knowledge, he's shown no remorse for his action and hasn't taken responsibility for the harm he caused. The lack of accountability is deeply concerning and suggests that he has not undergone necessary rehabilitation to ensure his harm to others in the future. His inability to maintain sobriety, even with support, and his history of violating probation continues to highlight his disregard for legal boundaries and societal norms. The fact that he committed such a heinous crime while on probation underscores his potential danger to the community. If released, I feel there's a significant risk he could reoffend, putting others at risk of similar harm. Furthermore, that lack of remorse and failure to take responsibility for his actions suggests he has not internalized the gravity of his crime. The mindset is dangerous as it indicates a lack of empathy and understanding and consequences of his actions. Without genuine remorse, commitment to change is unlikely, and he will not be able to reintegrate into society safely. May he be eligible for parole while Chloe continues to live with the devastating consequences of his actions. It's unjust that he should be granted an opportunity to move forward with his life while she continues to suffer. The impact on our family has been profound. We do live with the emotional toll on all of us, and it has been immense. Chloe's siblings are also affected as they struggle to understand and cope with what happened to their sister and why she changed. I urge you to consider the severity of Matthew Thomas's crime and that you do not grant him parole. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Reed. And again, we are so very, very sorry for all that your family has been through. And we certainly hope that Chloe will be well. Ladies at Anderson, do either of you wish to speak?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm very much opposed to Matthew being on parole or released in any way early. I go by Nikki. My name is Nikki Jensen. My daughter is Bella. And the best way I can describe it, because Becca hit it way better than I ever could, is that their family was the first family that I found in recovery. Our kids bonded rather quickly. And, you know, through all the 2 years in recovery together, we have grown very, very close. So though our kids are friends, we are very much like a family. And when Matthew came to that area and had been in Becca's life for so long, you know, we all welcomed him and never thought twice about welcoming him as another one of us. None of us ever foresaw this happening. And like Becca said, our kids have not been the same since. Their bond has not been the same since. My daughter watched something shortly after she was honest about something that happened to her in her past. So it was like back-to-back trauma for her. And neither girl has been the same since. Their friendship's not the same. The family dynamics are not the same. I watched Bella struggle with relationships with men to begin with, developing them with any level other than her grandfather or her brother. She just cannot. She doesn't trust. She has severe anxiety issues. I'm very grateful that they have not gone to the extent of Chloe's, but I have stood beside Becca as she has stood beside Chloe through all of the after effects of everything that has happened, and neither girl has been the same since. And I do not feel that it would be just in any way for Matthew to get out any earlier than he already. I'm sorry, but I personally did not think that the time he was given was enough. So to get out early would just be horrific to me. I think my daughter already knows that we moved to this area over the summer, and we were notified shortly thereafter that Matthew has moved not too far from our area, and she already has anxiety about that. So having him free, I honestly I don't know that I'm ready to deal with the effects that would come from that. So I'm very much opposed to him getting out. I'm sorry I'm not as eloquent as Becca, and I could not write it out. I didn't know what I was going to want to say. But thank you.
And thank you. We certainly appreciate all of your comments. Young ladies, do either of you wish to speak? You certainly do not have to. But if you would like to say anything, you're welcome to do that.
Ella doesn't.
Thank you. It's okay if you don't want to speak.
Yeah, I know. I know it's okay. I would like to.
Okay.
I remember how we found out it happened. Whenever Chloe, I never saw it coming, honestly. They were really, really close, her and Matthew. And I kind of just thought, you know, she's got an older friend to hang out with. I hung out with some older people too. Matthew was a family friend, so nobody ever really thought twice about it. Whenever he would, like, Chloe didn't even think to call or ask if Matthew should be there coming in the house. And I remember we found out whenever Chloe first tried to kill herself, and she wrote a letter because she expected to actually do it, telling her to ask Bella what happened that night. And none of us knew what happened that night. I don't remember how we found out, but it was my mom who found out first, as far as I know, that Chloe had been raped by Matthew. And honestly, I didn't want to believe it at first, but, you know, it's not like Bella or Chloe would lie about that. So it was totally messed up to hear about, and mine and Chloe's relationship has not been the same since that has happened. She used to come to me for everything, and now she's always trying to protect me from everything, like I don't know anything. But I know this stuff. I'm her older sister, and she's always trying to protect me from everything that happened, telling me everything's fine, when I know it's not fine. She has that look on her face whenever it's not fine. And she hides everything from everyone. I find stuff out because, you know, I hang out with her all the time. Before she left, when she left for Texas, she didn't tell anybody she was actually leaving. But I think I understand why she left from here. Things have been horrible here ever since that happened to her. But I don't want him out of there. No. Okay, I think I'm done talking now.
Thank you so much for sharing with us. You're a very, very brave young woman, both of you, for joining us, and we thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. And your sister is very fortunate to have such a great sister. So thank you for being here today. We really are very sorry for all that you have been through, and we wish you all the very best. If nobody else has anything that they would like to share, if you all will exit the rooms, we'll have an answer for you later today. Ladies, here, you can exit with these ladies right over here. Thank you so much. We wish you well. Thank you, ladies in Anderson.
Please wait as the room clears. Anderson remote site is clear.
The room at Central is clear. Mr. Matthew Thomas will be denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 4, 5, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 7, James Brutin Jr. Case number 7, James Brutin Jr. One moment as Tiger River connects. Hello there, Tiger River. Confirm you are Mr. James William Brutin Jr.
Yes, ma'am.
For joining you before the board, please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Brutin. We hope you're doing well today. Please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
Well, I've been staying, I've been taking a trade and and active.
What trade have you been working on?
I'm doing auto body.
Okay, is that something that you would want to do on the outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a place to live, sir?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And where's that?
120 Westover Drive with my aunt, Mary Madeline Brutin.
Right, Mr. Brutin, were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed this murder?
Alcohol, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what have you done about that, your issues with alcohol?
Well, I took substance abuse and drug abuse classes since I've been in.
Okay. How do you feel about the crime that you committed?
I hate it happened. I'm very sorry that it happened. It was a decision I shouldn't have never made.
What's the most important thing that you've learned during your incarceration?
Well, to be obedient and obey the law and rules and regulations.
All right. Is there anything else that you would like to tell us today, sir?
No, ma'am.
Are there any other questions from the board? All right, Mr. Brutin, thank you so much for your time, sir. We appreciate you coming in this morning. If you will exit the room, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, officers.
A moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by our Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as the victim joins virtually. Lieutenant Harwell?
Yes.
Yes, good morning. Please state your name and your relationship to the case of James Brutin.
Yes, my name is Lieutenant Doug Harwell. I'm with the Spartanburg Police Department, and I oppose parole for Mr. Brutin.
All right. Please wait for the board to address you, sir.
Good morning, Lieutenant Harwell. We hope you are doing well this morning. Thank you so much for joining us. At this time, we would like to know if you are opposed to parole or if you were in favor, and if you'd like to make any additional statement, you are certainly welcome to do so.
Thank you. On behalf of the police department, we oppose parole. I was reviewing the case. It's one of those cases that it kind of shocks you a little bit. I'm sure the board's looked over the case, but Mr. Brutin, the homicide itself is bad, but he hit him with a pipe, thought he was dead. Come back later, seen he wasn't dead, hit him again. Then after he was dead, he left. It just, Chief Thompson told us that, and he's mentioned it several times, that you can't rehabilitate evil. I think those actions pretty much describe evil. We think that he rightly deserves the sentence he got, and we just asked the parole board to let him continue serving the sentence that he earned.
Thank you, Lieutenant Harwell. We appreciate your time and your comments, sir. Someone from Victim Services will be back in touch with you shortly to let you know the outcome of the hearing. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you very much.
Please wait as the room clears. And the room is clear.
Mr. James Brutin Jr. is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next case will be case number 39, Charles Tyson. Case number 39, and Charles Tyson, and he does have supporters. One moment as both parties connect. Hello there at Tiger River. Confirm you are Mr. Charles Tyson.
Yes, I'm Charles Tyson.
Thank you, sir. And there at our support site, confirm you are here in support of Mr. Tyson.
Yvonne Tyson.
Thank you both for joining you before the board. Please wait for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Mr. Tyson, and good morning to the lady at Watkins. Thank you so much for joining us. Mr. Tyson, please tell us what you have done to get ready for parole.
Well, I stayed married. I work in the chapel. I've been part of several programs. One in particular, the Academy of Hope at Lee County, which was a violence interruption program that was established there in 2019 in an effort to quell the gang violence that was at the prison. I'm married, I got a wife, I got a home.
All right, tell us what's the most important thing that you've learned during your incarceration?
That there's consequences for actions, whether they're good or bad. If you make bad decisions, bad consequences follow. If you make good decisions, we expect that good consequences will follow.
Mr. Tyson, what, if anything, would you say to your victim's family if you had the opportunity to speak to them at this point in your life?
That how sorry I am, and that I wish that day never would have happened, and I wish I would have been more clearer thinking. I wish I was growner. I wish I had a better understanding. I wish I would have listened to my parents.
Were you under the influence of drugs or alcohol when you committed this murder?
Probably smoking some marijuana at that time.
Do you have any issues with drugs or alcohol at this point in your life?
Well, I haven't been high in a while. Since 2013, I do believe.
All right. Is there anything else that
But
you...
if I was to be granted parole and I had to take classes or whatever y'all say do, that's what I would do. That's what I would do. Whatever you say do.
Thank you, sir. Is there anything else that you want to tell us before I give your supporter a chance to speak?
You, my supporter.
Sir, I'm sorry. Can you repeat what you said?
I said, my supporter right there, she can speak.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Ma'am, would you please state your name for the record and your relationship to Mr. Tyson?
My name is Yvonne Tyson, and I'm Charles Tyson's wife.
Thank you so much for being here today. We certainly appreciate that. Would you like to make a statement on his behalf?
Yes, I would. I would like to say that I've been with Charles Tyson for 35 years, and I've grown to know him, and I know his heart, and I know that he loves, he loves people. And not only that, during the whole 35 years, we've always talked about the wrong decision that he made and how he hurt the Joyner's family. And if he could do a do-over, he would do it. And he's been doing a lot of good things. I know back in 2020, when they had COVID real bad, and not even the officers wanted to take care of all of the COVID patients, because at Lee County, they were all housed at Lee County. And so they knew that somebody had to do it, and the inmates needed help. And so he and 3 other guys, they went in and they took care of these guys that were, infected with COVID-19. And during that time, I contacted my church and we prayed 24 hours a day, because it was so dangerous, to the point where not even the officers or the medical staff wanted to go in and take care of the inmates. But they knew without a shadow of a doubt, that somebody had to do it, and they stepped up to the plate. And I know that's true love, because the Word of God says, greater love that a man would lay down his life for a friend. And that's what they were doing. And I was telling my church exactly what they did. And so the pastor set it up where, we all would pray for them around the clock. And to God be the glory, he took care of them. And not only did he take care of them while they were taking care of the inmates, that were infected with COVID-19. And I know without a shadow of a doubt that his heart has changed, that he will be a blessing, to the young men and young ladies out here, in society, because he's really helped our kids and also the kids at church by hearing, his testimony and so forth. And I really do believe that if you were to grant him parole, you will see. And if he could talk personally to the family, he would tell them how sad and how sorry he is, because he tells me that all the time, and we pray about it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mrs. Tyson. We appreciate your comments, and we thank you for being here so very much. Are there any other questions from the board? Thank you both for joining us this morning. If you all will please exit the rooms, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as the victim joins virtually. Yes, Mr. and Mrs. Poston. I'm sorry, sir, we can't hear you. There you go. We can hear you.
Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize. I kept hitting the mute button.
That's okay. If you would, please state your name and your relationship to the case of Charles Tyson.
I'm John Poston, and he was my uncle.
Yes, sir. And is someone else with you there?
My mother's here.
Okay, if she would, please state her name and relationship to the case.
My name is Myra Poston, and I'm sorry, what was the last one you said?
What is your relationship to Uncle Charlie?
Yeah, the relationship to Charlie was my brother.
Thank you both. If you would, please wait for the board to address you.
All right, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so very much for joining us. We are so sorry for the circumstances that brought you to be a part of this hearing, but we appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. At this time, we would like to know whether you are for or against parole, and if either of you wishes to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so.
We're definitely against it. Like we've been doing now for I don't know how many years, being inconvenienced and can't move on from this situation. And watching everybody used to come and help us with these parole hearings, either passed away or whatever. So I'm kind of now the only one left to handle all this. But I oppose it on two main reasons again. I'll reiterate like the last several years. The first one being that he was my uncle, a family member, and he was like my big brother. And my mom actually asked me just now, how long ago has he been passed away? And I looked, and it's been 43 years now. And every single day, it seems like 1981 back in my mind, especially when it comes to this time of year. So that thought process will never disappear, or we get over it, move on. But, as far as that goes, he was like my big brother. I loved him, and I wish he could have been here longer to be with me. And, I was telling her today, he got me involved in football when I was a little boy. He went to North Myrtle Beach High. I went to West Florence, and they're actually playing tomorrow, Friday night in the playoffs. And I would have loved to go with him to that, but As you can see, that's impossible now. But as a family member, I definitely oppose it. As a law enforcement officer that's been retired now 25 years and provides security for under a proprietary license under SLED for a church/school, I definitely oppose it from that perspective, mainly because this guy supposedly had robbed my uncle one time already, then robbed him again, and the second time he ended up killing him, shooting him twice. And if that wasn't even bad enough, he decides to shoot at a law enforcement officer that was responding to the scene. I take that very personally on a number of reasons. And based on his past history, there's not been not one time have I listened to the tapes or anything where he comes out and just, says he's sorry, or, he doesn't repent. He doesn't say anything to us or apologize for his behavior or ask for forgiveness. It's more or less, hey, I'm a changed man. I'm a Christian. I sing. I got married, blah, 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 and all that. So it's like he hasn't changed one bit, in my opinion. Again, going back to where he wrote the book on judicial lynching, making a mockery of our justice system, which we do have flaws. Being a cop, I understand the flaws that do exist in our justice system. But we can't let someone like that make a mockery out of it. And so for mainly all those reasons and other victims that have to deal with situations like this every single year and can't move on, I totally deny parole. I request a denial of parole for this guy.
Thank you, Mr. Poston. Mrs. Poston, do you wish to make a statement?
Yes, of course, this was my brother, and he was just so young and taking care of everybody, my mother and all that, and this person who has done so badly to us, and some of the words he even said when I was around. So I just definitely do not want him to be released out into the wild earth, I guess you want to say. But yes, I definitely deny that.
Thank you. And again, we are very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought y'all to be a part of this hearing. But thank you for your time and your comments. Someone from Victim Services will be back in touch with you shortly to let you know the outcome of the hearing. Thank you, and we wish you well.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Please wait as the room clears. And the room is clear.
Mr. Charles Tyson is denied parole. The vote is unanimous. Numbers 1, 3, and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. And at this time, we will pause for a 5-minute break. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has been paused.
The recorder has been paused.
Thank you. We will take a brief 5-minute break and we'll be back shortly. I'm sorry, I still had you muted. My apologies.
The board is, I just need to confirm there is some other conversation. Is everything? Okay, yes ma'am, we are ready. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has begun.
The recording has begun.
Thank you. The time now is 11:41 a.m. We're resuming our hearings. Our next case will be case number 34. Case number 34, Susan Smith. One moment as Leith connects, and she does have supporters, and will be represented by attorney Tommy Thomas.
Thank you.
One moment as all parties connect.
Ms. Brown Henrihan, I do have a statement that I need to read into the record, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have received this correspondence. It is addressed to the Honorable Chair Kimberly Frederick, dated November 20th, 2024. Please be advised that I will recuse myself in the parole hearing of Susan Smith, number 221487. I was acting warden at Camille Graham Correctional Center in 1999, where inmate Smith was housed, and subsequently transferred to Leith Correctional Institution. I have determined that it is appropriate to recuse to eliminate any appearance of affecting her opportunity for parole. Respectfully, Geraldine P. Murray. Thank you, Mrs. Murray. This is accepted. If you would please exit the room. Thank you. Mrs. Murray has recused herself of this case and has exited the room. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have moved her site into the lobby briefly. And one moment as we admit all parties. There at Leith, ma'am, confirming you are Miss Susan Smith.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And attorney Tommy Thomas, are you able to hear us?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Thank you. And there at the support site, confirm you are here in support of Miss Susan Smith.
They're asking, can you hear? Yes, we can hear.
And you're here in support of Miss Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you all for joining. You are before the board. Please await for the chairman to address you.
Good morning, Ms. Smith. Good morning, Mr. Thomas, and good morning to the folks at Watkins. Thank you all for being here with us today. We hope everyone is doing well. Ms. Smith, I want you to know that we have received the packet of information that Mr. Thomas's office provided to us on your behalf, and we have reviewed that packet. So thank you for submitting that in advance of this hearing today. Mr. Thomas, are you going to begin, or is your client going to begin?
Yes, ma'am, I'll be glad to begin.
Yes, sir.
Members of the board, good morning. This is Susan Smith's parole hearing. This has probably been one of the most difficult cases that I have had to put together for a parole presentation. Just lots of different factors to consider. She's been convicted of murder, of course. She has served 30 years, and she was 23 at the time that this incident occurred. She was sentenced to life with the eligibility of parole, so that's why she is here today. I'm not really going to speak much about the crime. There are some things that I want to cover, and that's not out of disrespect. We were very concerned about that. Today is Susan's parole hearing, and so today is going to be about Susan, and I want to make sure that the things that are important not only to her but to this hearing and this board are presented, and I want to thank you in advance for your time to listen to everything. This story is really a mental health story. Some of this stuff, I've known Susan for a couple of years, and we've been working on this case. One of the things when I first met her was, of course, trying to kind of figure out some rhyme or reason as to, how these things have happened, and was able to find and have someone come to see her on a routine basis for counseling, and also to try to help her, through the daily things with Department of Corrections. As a result, that's kind of what I kind of came to the conclusion was it is a mental health story. It's about the dangers of untreated mental health. It is about the lack of insight, the lack of diagnosis into mental health. And it's about stigmas, old stigmas. Of course, I'm 68 years old. I remember those. Hopefully they're not as bad today. Susan was hospitalized as a young teen for a short period of time for mental health treatment. And not to disparage anybody, but her mom was telling folks that she was in the hospital because she had a strep infection. So those were things that we didn't talk about. Those were things that were pushed under the rug, so to speak, because they were embarrassing. They showed weakness. I don't know what they showed, but they showed up and culminated in Susan as a result of a day that all of this came together and produced some horrendous results. So I think it's important to Susan, if anything comes out of this hearing, it's that people understand there's nothing to be ashamed of. There's nothing and no reason not to reach out and seek treatment. And there is certainly no stigma that should be involved in trying to better yourself and help yourself for yourself and for others, members of the family and everyone. Susan, moving on, Susan is a high school graduate. She has some college with USC Union. She has attended International Christian College, and she's worked on an associate's degree. She's still actually working on that in Christian counseling. She has no prior record that I'm aware of. If paroled, she would be living with her brother, Scotty Vaughn. Scotty is here today and very briefly wanted to address the board. The job for her, she has served 30 years, so she's been in Department of Corrections for a long time, would be through vocational rehab. The PEP program is probation and parole, would know it. And we have made arrangements for aftercare with a licensed mental health professional. You have that information in the packet that's been provided to you. Some of the programs, I took the time to look at and I'm not going to speak about all of those because you have those in the packet. The ones that I think are important and relevant today is the self-harmers group. She has attempted to commit suicide on several different occasions within the Department of Corrections. 7 Habits, Beyond Abuse, Jumpstart, which she is a great fan of. She does not have a drug or alcohol addiction, thank goodness. She has been active on Innovo and the Cipher Works programs, Loss and Grief, healing seminars, women's empowerment, anger management, self-esteem, and domestic violence workshops. I normally, and I've presented a number of parole hearings, I first started with this thinking that it had to be different than normally what I would do as far as a presentation. And I came to the conclusion maybe this week, and it doesn't. I think it is, and I will stick with what I would normally do as far as the structure of my presentation. What I always begin with the board is contributing factors because I believe that's important. We need to know what was going on, why it was going on for the board to be able to make a informed decision about her parole expectations and her parole eligibility and what kind of candidate she is for parole. One of the things that has jumped out at me, and I saw this last night in the media, and I know that Susan wants to speak, and because she feels like it's important to get the truth out there, is this is not about the love for another man. I saw it on local TV about how this was all about another man and him not wanting children. From what I have been able to determine, that is just not true. I have spoken with David Bruck, who was a defense attorney on a number of different occasions. David has been a great source of information in regards to Susan. He indicated to me that this was a theory of a motive by the state. That's where we think it developed. However, this was never proven at trial, and it was actually abandoned by the state. So, but it has stuck. And I just wanted to, I know it's important to her to bring this to your attention. The contributing factors in this case were multiple stress points. They converged all at the same time. And we are certainly not trying to say anything about, the horrificness of this crime. It is, and she was found guilty. But we're trying to kind of maybe present to the parole board how these things developed and how it's possible that something like this could happen. One of the things that has been important in her life, and I think is a huge contributor to this crime, is the suicide of her dad at age 6. Horrific, just horrific. And she blamed herself. How could he leave me? And I think it sets the stage for the beginning of some serious mental health issues, some serious depression, which just kind of culminates and continues to snowball. And the lack of, recognition and treatment for this issue with her dad. I mean, it was like the old stigma of, we just tough through these terrible situations, and that's how it's done. It's not done that way. There were some attempts to get some sort of psychological help for her after a couple of suicide attempts, and never went anywhere. She was the child. The adults in the picture did not. Can't blame them. I think it was the times. Did not seek and try to understand the depth and the significance of this and what it was going to produce at a later date. Severe depression. Potentially depression after the birth of her last child, which was also undiagnosed, and that postpartum depression that existed in a severe situation. Just in culmination, I apologize for reading something to the board, but I've looked at so much material, and if I can beg the board's attention for a few minutes, I would like to say this and read this because I think it summarizes everything that I've been talking about and everything that Susan wanted to talk about what happened. She said to me, and this was not in preparation for parole, I found this buried in a bunch of documents that had been provided to me, and it is from Susan. And she says, I believe this is what happened to me on October 25th, 1994. I lost touch with my thoughts were not rational nor logic. I don't think I understood that if I allowed this car to go into the lake, that I would never see my children again. The finality of it was not real to me because my thoughts were so screwed up at the time. My mind, I thought, was doing what was best for them. I knew Jesus would take better care of them than I could. It was truly a moment of insanity. There are no easy explanations and not much understanding. How can you make sense of something that is senseless? And I think that shows the remorse that she's had. She's lived with this for forever since this thing. When I first met her and I would go and see her, Remorse is difficult. You know, that's something with the parole hearings that I've presented for years, is to how do you say, how do you demonstrate remorse? People do it in different manners. And I always look for that. I always ask my clients, you know, and look for the remorse. I could see the pain on her face. It was so difficult. Talking about things were extremely difficult. And not because she didn't want to talk about them, it's just because it was so hard to talk about them. So I think that she is truly remorseful for what happened. And I think she would do anything in the world to bring these children back. But moving on to the next consideration in this presentation is really changes. What changes has she made in herself in prison? One of the things I think is important is that she has no prior history. Nothing that would lead up to believe that someone would be capable of a crime of this nature, which I think is also indicative of what their risk is if the board was inclined to allow her to participate on parole. I don't think that was as a risk, and I think that's what our counselor, who had seen her on a regular basis for a number of years, also indicated that it was very low risk. She's been IRC chairman within the institution. That means something. You're voted on by your peers, and it is an honor to be in that position. She has been a math tutor in education. She's helped numerous inmates obtain their GED. She's been in the character arts program, prison fellowship, which is, I think, is extremely important to her. She's much stronger in her faith than she has ever been. And that is a comfort for her. It's something that that she enjoys. It's something that is extremely important. Jumpstart, good program. She's been in that program. She would actually like to go to Jumpstart if the board would consider her for parole. He has been out of the program for a couple of years, and that would be, she'd have to do some other things for that to happen. So that's why we have chosen that she would go and live with her brother. Good, solid individual in the community, willing to help her in any manner. And one thing I've noticed from the family and friends is that we mourn with her the pain of this crime, but we still love her and we're there for her. So she has that for her, and which is a great resource if the board was going to consider her for parole. One of the other things I've noticed is giving back to the community, arts and crafts. She's made arts and crafts that she's donated to charity. She's helped St. Jude's. She's helped staff members. She said that an insight into what's going on with her, stand on her own 2 feet, not to be influenced by others, live a better life, think before acting. And, you know, other people are affected by your decisions and your actions, and the importance of mental health. I think that comes back into what we're talking about. It's not an excuse, but it is certainly some indication or maybe explanation as to what was going on. The goals, and this is my final area for my presentation, is that I don't think she'll ever be able to forgive herself. That is something that she struggles with forever. I don't think that creates a danger to anyone, except potentially maybe a danger to her. Her medications, her mental health medications, have been balanced well by the Department of Corrections. I think she thinks as clear now as she ever has. I think that she is able to establish goals and what she would like to do in her life. And I think on the top of that list is to give back and to try to help others. She said that no one should suffer in the way that in their treatment. There is help available, and she wants to help to get out and maybe help to promote that that concept that there's help out there. You just have to seek it. And she said she'd like to live a quiet life. She would welcome supervision if granted parole, and maybe that is the best thing about this situation. From that type of situation is that if she's granted parole, it is for life, and she will be supervised and she will be monitored by the Department of Probation and Parole Services for the rest of her life. She said that she would welcome that because that is another pillar of stability that is available for her that she can reach out to. And she said that that would be a vital and instrumental part of her life. She loves animals. She said that would like to find a job helping with dogs and cats. I often ask my clients, if you could choose and you could make these wishes come true, what would you like to do? You know, what is the job that you truly would enjoy? Often that's different than the job that we have. And I think that job for Susan is the care for animals and being involved in that area of help. In closing, I think that she has indicated to me that her desire is to make her life mean something, something other than the things that she has done, to make a positive impact in her life. I talked to somebody, I've spoken to a number of people, and I've spoken to one person that told me, they were at the trial, and they said that their impression of Susan was that she was living to die. I didn't really understand that. I think the more that I have been talking to her and preparing this case, that maybe I do. I think that has been Susan's life, is living to die for the things that she has done. And I think that what she's asking today is to ask the board to consider a parole for her, so maybe she can make something positive out of a horrific situation. I want to thank you for your time. I know I've taken a lot of time today. I would just ask if you would please consider her for release.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas, and we appreciate all your comments.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
And again, thank you for the very detailed packet that you presented. Ms. Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
what would you like to tell us today?
First of all, I want to say how very sorry I am.
It's okay, Susan. Just talk with us.
I know that what I did was horrible. And I would give anything if I could go back and change it. And I love Michael and Alice with all my heart.
of drugs or alcohol the night that you murdered your children?
No, ma'am, I was not.
Your attorney talked about working with mental health. Is that helpful to you?
Ma'am?
Mr. Thomas.
I didn't hear you.
Mr. Thomas talked about the fact that you were working with mental health, and my question is that helpful to you?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that you would be willing to continue with on the outside if you were granted parole?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Smith, your crime took a lot of resources from the law enforcement community. What, if anything, would you say to the folks who worked so hard to find your children if you had the opportunity to speak to them today?
That I'm sorry that I put them through that. I really, really am. And I'm especially sorry to the drivers that I had to find them. I wish I could take that back. I really do. I didn't lie to get away with it. I really didn't. I was just scared. I didn't know how I could tell the people that loved them that they would never see them again. I didn't know how I could tell David he couldn't see his sons again. And I'm sorry. I don't know. I know that's not enough. I know it's not, but I don't know. I know those just sound like words, but they come from my heart. They really do.
One of the things that we review is your institutional record, and you've had some infractions throughout the years, some involving the use of some narcotics. Do you have any issues with drugs or alcohol at this point?
I don't. No, ma'am, I don't.
And you had a recent disciplinary infraction just a few months ago. So why should this board think that if we grant you parole that you're going to go out and follow the rules and the laws of society if you do not follow the rules within the institution?
Well, this last infraction, I was trusted the wrong person. This lady contacted me and I trusted her. I thought she was going to do a documentary on mental health, and I really am not guilty of what they charged me with, and I have filed an appeal on that charge. And as far as your question, I've never been in trouble before, and the things that I have been found guilty of in here have been just stupidity. I know I made a lot of mistakes in here, and I have learned from them. And before this last infraction, it had been 10 years. Because I grew up and I knew that I needed to stop making dumb decisions. And I did. I knew it was time to grow up and do the right thing. I just made a lot of dumb choices and mistakes in here. So I know I've learned from those mistakes.
What do you feel is the most important thing that you've learned while you've been incarcerated?
Ma'am?
What do you think is the most important thing that you have learned while you have been incarcerated?
That people are important, that forgiveness and love, that family is important, and that decisions we make not just affect us, they affect the people that we love. And not to take things or people for granted.
All right, is there anything else that you would like to tell us today that
I would just like to say that I am a Christian, and God is a big part of my life, and I know He has forgiven me. And it is by His grace and mercy that, and I have a lot of faith, and I live by that every day. And I just ask that you show that same kind of mercy as well. And I guess, yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Are there any other questions
Okay, thank
from the
you.
board? Folks at Watkins, I need each of you to please state your name for the record and your relationship to Ms. Smith. Ma'am, can we begin with you, please?
Ma'am, state your name and your relationship.
What?
Ma'am, state your name and your relationship.
I did not, is it I?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm Ann Curry, and I'm a long-term friend and supporter of Susan.
Thank you, Ms. Curry. And sir, your name, please?
And the,
State your name, sir, and your relationship. State your name and your relationship.
okay, I'm the Reverend Tom Curry. I've known Susan briefly when she was a teenager, when I was called in for one session each, counseling about two different matters, once by her teacher and once by Susan. And I testified at her trial, in the sentencing phase, and I have kept up with her by writing her weekly for the last 30 years. I did this because I felt that she needed somebody to remind her that her whole life was not caught up in that one experience, but that she could put her life back together, because her life was in such turmoil when all this happened. And I think she's a different person now. And that's what I want to talk about when I get a chance to say a word about it. I have new hearing aids, and I can't always hear your questions, but my mind's fine, and I'm just a retired Presbyterian minister alone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Curry. We appreciate that, and you're welcome. You're welcome to make your statement that you would like to make right now.
All right. Okay, I want to start with her trial.
Mr. Curry, let me interrupt you before you get too far into that. We are not here to retry her case in any form or fashion. That is not the purpose of the parole board. We are here to determine if she is a good candidate for parole, and if so, we would set the parameters of that parole. But in no way can we discuss the trial or retry her case. She was convicted of 2 counts of murder. If you'd like to speak to anything outside of that, you're welcome to.
Okay, me now. I just want to say 2 things about the trial. I only went to the trial for one part of one morning to testify in the sentencing phase against the death penalty. And the 2 things that I picked up from the trial itself was, one, a prison guard who came, a female, who said that she had not seen a criminal as remorseful as Susan was, and that she felt her remorse for what she had done was genuine. And the second thing was one of the jurors. The prosecuting attorney was pushing hard for the death penalty, and the jury voted not, and they voted life, as y'all have already mentioned. But one of the jurors said that she felt like that it would be harder for Susan to live with what she had done than to die. And I thought that was a true statement. And it certainly has been for Susan during her 30 years in prison, and especially the first part of her time that she was there. It's been mentioned she attempted suicide several times, and she had a couple of run-ins where guards were able to use her for their pleasure, and that's a bad situation. And
was dealt with, and she was not the only prisoner involved.
All right, thank you, Mr. Curry. Thank you for your comments. Thank you for your comments. Mrs. Curry, do you wish to say anything?
Yes, please, and thank you for letting us speak. I just want to say that I really think Susan is ready for parole now. She has surrounded herself with a caring support community that advises and encourages her, and she listens to them. As Mr. Thomas said, she has done everything she can to prepare herself to live outside of prison and taking courses and learning how to teach and caring about other people and working on teams and projects together. And thirdly, as both of them have said, she is not the young woman who went into prison 30 years ago. She is much stronger. She has grieved, is still grieving, will always grieve. But she's learned from it. And she has experienced paralyzing remorse and survived. Today, she wants to begin to rebuild her life, and I hope you'll give her that chance.
I want to say one more word. For the last 2 years, now remember, I wrote her for 30 years, once a week, pretty close to every week. And that is, the last 2 years, I've ended my letters by saying, Susan, you live in a needy place. Share God's love with those around you and with your other contacts, but always live in hope for your own future. There is a time when you will live on your own again past prison. And that's what I hope y'all will give her the chance to do at this time. She is a very different person from what she was 30 years ago. And I've probably been in contact with her, talking about spiritual things, but also just trying to enlarge her life by telling her about what's going on in the world around her and in the Curry family. She's the same age as one of my children.
All right, thank you, Mr. Curry. We appreciate all of your comments, sir. We appreciate all of your comments and all of the information. Mr. Thomas, anything in closing, sir?
No, ma'am. Nothing further than I really would ask the board to take the time to consider Susan's request for parole. I do believe that if we look at insight into things that we've done, and as far as things that we need to do to get out of the Department of Corrections and to try to make our life worthwhile or mean something, I think Susan is at that point. And hope you would consider our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Thank you, Ms. Smith, and thank you,
Yes,
Mr. and
ma'am.
Mrs. Curry. We certainly appreciate all of you joining us today. If you all will please exit the rooms, we will have an answer for you later today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
One moment as the room clears. And the room is clear, and we do have additional testimony facilitated by the Office of Victim Services.
Please wait as all victims join from central office.
You all come on in. Thank you. Can you move just a little further around so we can get everyone in? Thank you so much. Thank you. Good afternoon. You all are here for the parole consideration case of Susan Smith, is that correct?
Yes.
We are so very, very sorry for the circumstances that brought you all to be a part of this hearing today, but we cannot tell you how much we appreciate you joining us and being here with us today. Thank you so much. Before we begin, I do need each of you to please state your name for the record and your interest in this case. Sir, can we begin with you, please?
Stand up.
You don't have to stand up. You do whatever's comfortable for you.
I'm David Smith. I'm the father of Michael and Alex.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
I'm Tiffany Smith. I am David Smith's wife.
I'm Rebecca Smith French. I'm the aunt of Michael and Alex.
I'm Savannah Smith, and I am David's daughter, Michael and Alex's sister.
Austin Hughes. I'm a friend of the victim family.
I'm Tommy Pope. I was the solicitor in the original trial.
I'm Kevin Brackett. I'm the 16th Circuit solicitor currently and was a prosecutor on the original case.
Laura Hudson with the Crime Victims Council.
Mark Reynolds. I'm with the victim's family.
Billy Bailey, personal friend.
Kathy Bailey, personal friend.
Jeff Bailey, Sheriff, Union County.
Scott Cooper, Sheriff's Office, Union County.
Michael Cogdill, documentarian.
Reba Swan, aunt to Michael and Alex.
Doug Smith, Dave's uncle.
Thank you all, and again, we are so very, very sorry for the circumstances, but thank you for being here with us today. We do have the facts of the offense, and we've heard from Ms. Smith. Now we want to hear from you all, whether you were for or against parole, and if anyone would like to make a statement, you are certainly welcome to do so. Mr. Smith, would you like to begin, or would you like to conclude at the end? It's completely up to you.
Conclude at the end, please.
Okay. Who would like to speak first?
I'll speak first, please, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So I'm Tommy Pope. I was the 16th Circuit solicitor, and this was a death penalty case. And the reason it was a death penalty case, you know, the solicitor has that discretion, but the reason it was a death penalty case, you know the facts and circumstances, and I just felt strongly that had the black man with the toboggan committed the crime, people would expect a death penalty. If David Smith had committed the crime, people would expected the death penalty. And I thought it was very important that the betrayal that Susan Smith showed, that she be treated the same. We knew it was going to be difficult. We knew there was a likelihood of not achieving the death penalty. But I think it's important to note the jury at the time actually asked, what did life mean? And you may be aware, but in that time, life did not mean life. Life became life in '96. We tried the case in '95. So the jury was asked, and the judge was required to instruct the jury that you take life and death in its plain and usual meaning. Carrying that forward, the jury showed her mercy. The jury gave her a life sentence. But one of the jurors, or more of the jurors, after the fact, and speaking to the media, said that they believed the life sentence was the greater punishment because they believed that Susan should have to reflect on what she did to Michael and Alex, that she should have to spend the rest of her life thinking about what she'd done. The two fallacies in that logic that the jury could not have known are, number one, obviously we're here today, so life did not mean life. Number two, and you have it before you, Susan's conduct from the day she rolled the kids in the lake. The defense claimed a botched suicide, but she was able to save herself. She was able to blame a black guy. She wasn't wet. She wasn't injured when she runs to the house and concocts this story. Susan has always focused on Susan. I will believe to the end of my time that Susan made a horrible, horrible choice to choose a man over her family. I said the boys were in the car, her wedding gown was in the car, her wedding album was in the car. She thought in a nice package she could roll that away. If she could have put David in the car, he would have been there too. In a nice package, she could roll that away and start this new life with this other man. And she led everyone on, including David, for 9 horrible days. And so as you look at her conduct in prison, whether it was a relationship with guards, the social media, the attention, the conduct recently with the publisher, Susan, you know, she's got people outside, I'm sure you've heard from them, that want to take care of her. Susan has always focused on what's best for Susan. And so the evidence that you have before you, I think, tells clearly that she has not focused on Michael and Alex. She only has and continues to focus on herself. And so on behalf of this family, on behalf of justice and the justice for this case, it's not about her behavior or what she would do when getting out, but I know one of your criteria is the nature of the crime and whether the punishment is there. And I would submit for the crime she committed, the action she committed, that punishment has not been achieved yet. And so I would ask you to deny parole. Now, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Solicitor Felder. Appreciate it. Would anyone else like to speak?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Madam Chairman, Chair Lady, and members of the board, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. I was on the prosecution team that handled the prosecution along with Solicitor Pope and Speaker Pope now, who you just heard from. I wanted to bring to you a couple of vignettes from the case to help bring this alive for you. In the course of preparing for today, I've gone back over the case. I've reviewed the file. I've pulled some of the evidence out, which is in a closet just off my office. Evidence like the note that was written to Susan Smith by her boyfriend, the man she was cheating on her husband with, who told her in the note that he could not be with her anymore because he didn't want children, and that they had no long-term future because he didn't want children. And then 1 week later, she's rolling her car down the ramp at John D. Long Lake with her 2 children strapped into the back. She betrayed her husband when she cheated on him, and she betrayed her children against the laws of nature when she should have been sworn to protect those children. She betrayed them when she left them in the seat and rolled that car down, and she was not trying to commit suicide. She was trying to change her life. She wanted to kill her old life and start anew. She was wearing a sweatshirt that the man who she was cheating with had given to her when she was on TV 2 hours later after claiming that a black man in a toboggan had carjacked her and spirited her 2 children away. How many black men in red Mazdas got pulled over across the country because they were looking for those 2 kids and they were looking for this fictitious man that didn't exist, purely a figment of her imagination? I was on the banks of John D. Long Lake, standing there with about 40 or 45 people, 50 people, as the tow truck from Greer's Wrecker launched its line into the water where divers hooked it up to the car and pulled it out. Total silence as that car emerged from the dark water. Everybody sitting there hoping and praying that maybe it was a different car. Maybe it was a wrong car. Maybe the kids weren't in there. Not a word was said. It was one of the most haunting memories of my life, and it will live with me forever. And that's the last point I want to make. You're going to hear from this man, and he's going to tell you what this did to him. I can't begin to describe it. I sat in court and listened to him testify, and it was heart-wrenching as he described that his hopes and dreams for the future were destroyed that night when she killed their 2 children. This didn't just traumatize him. It traumatized Union. It traumatized South Carolina. The entire country was in the grips of her lie and her treachery. The entire country. This was a global sensation. People were fixated on this. They're not the only victims. And on behalf of the community that I represent now, I don't believe she should ever be released from jail until the last person alive who remembers Michael and Alex is dead. And that will not be in her lifetime. She should never be released, and she should not be released now. His hopes and dreams were dashed. I hope you dash hers today and every 2 years hereafter.
Thank you, Solicitor. Does anyone else wish to speak?
Okay.
You're welcome to stay seated if you're more comfortable, whatever's best for you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to read what I wrote. Okay, it's easier, if you don't mind. When Susan murdered Michael and Alex, she altered the course of my life and my family's life forever. Having grown up with 3 older brothers, Susan was like the sister I never had. I was a teenage mom of just 16, so I looked up to her and even admired her. I thought she was the best mother to the boys, and I strived to be just like her. I would even leave my own daughter with her while I attended night school. Susan betrayed us and took the lives of those boys and then lied about it. For days, when she did this, she destroyed a trust in me that I've never regained. And as a result, I do not develop close relationships with others easily, in particular females. Anxiety and depression have plagued my life for years. I push it away during spring and summer as best possible, but it always creeps back up around Alex's birthday when it rolls around in August, because I know Michael's won't be far behind in October, and then the anniversary of their death on the 25th. Because in my mind, I always refer to this period of time as the sad months. Throughout my career, the majority of any time missed at work is around Michael and Alex's birthdays and the anniversary of their death. I stay in bed and sleep to deal with the depression. It's just easier this way, or at least it seems to be. Something as simple as taking up a new hobby turned into a nightmare for me last year. My boyfriend and I decided to take scuba diving lessons. I geared up with all the equipment, face mask on, oxygen tank on my back, stepped off the side of the pool into 15 feet of water and immediately sank to the bottom from all the weight I was carrying. Normally you'd remember to breathe and begin to ascend as I had studied for all the weeks leading up to that point, but nothing prepared me for dropping into a body of water and the feeling of being weighted down, unable to breathe, and seeing Michael and Alex's face. I immediately panicked, ripping off my face mask, sucking in water, and not being able to come to the surface from all the weight I was carrying. I was drowning, and I knew in that moment that was the closest I'd ever come to knowing what my nephews had endured and how horrific and scared their last moments had to have been. Something as simple as taking up a new hobby was yet one more thing Susan was taken from me. In over 25 years, I have found myself finding comfort going to the cemetery where the boys are buried, beside our older brother. I go there often and I will tidy up their graves, where people have left trinkets or gifts, and I talk to them. I go there when I'm happy. I go there when I'm upset. Rainy days, sunny days, cold days and hot days, it doesn't matter. It brings me peace just being there. But as a result, I'm not able to bring myself to move away from Union County, because now I don't want to leave them. We have missed Michael and Alex's kindergarten graduations, numerous birthdays, birthday parties, summer vacations, Easters, along with annual Easter egg hunts at Meemaw's, Thanksgivings, Christmases, football, soccer, baseball games, proms, high school graduations, possible marriages, and births of their own children. We don't know, because they never had a chance. They never had a chance to live a life of their own. Susan took that from them. She took that from us all. And now she wants a chance to be free after only serving 30 years. No. Life should mean life. I'm respectfully asking you to please deny her request for parole. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I apologize if I get a little bit emotional. I drove down from Detroit on Monday night, which was Halloween before of that week. And a young man, middle-aged man then, I'm an old man now, but the boys never got to. As Becky said, they missed a lot. They missed their life. Today they would be in their 30s. David would probably be a granddad. The boys were still here. I took my sister out to the lake yesterday, and it's a beautiful drive out there. I was just thinking, all that time she had time to change her mind, to stop and turn around and not go through with it, but she did. And then the boys were gone. A year later, I came back down for the trials. Tommy Pope did a good job. They proved that she was guilty. During the sentencing trial, they came back and recommended life. Tommy had argued for the death penalty. The family was for death penalty. They come back and recommended life. But we said, well, we'll live with it. You know, she'll have to live with it every day for the rest of her life. So we were satisfied with life, but we do not want a parole. We were against any parole for her. And then two other items going back 30 years. The Friday morning after apologize. But the Friday morning after, David, his dad, my brother's wife, and I, the four of us, were sitting at Holcomb Funeral Home in Union and discussing the funeral arrangements. David asked to see the boys, and Mr. Holcomb had a funny look on his face, and he said, "Mr. Smith, could I see you?" So we went out, and he said, "You know, your nephew can't see the boys." And he told me why. He said, "You know, the boys were in the water for 9 days." So I went back and told David, I said, "You know, it's better that you don't see the boys." And I think deep down he understood why. The next day, Saturday, three of us, David, his dad, and I went out to the Bougainville United Methodist Church Cemetery and to look where the boys are going to be buried. And David's brother, Danny, who had died 3 years earlier, was buried there. David wanted his boys buried next to his brother, their uncle. But the way the cemetery is laid out, there was no room for the boys to be put next to Danny. So I found the cemetery custodian and asked him if it were possible to move Danny. And he said, "Well, yes, if that's what the family wants, we can move Danny." So I went back and told my brother. He said, "You know, David wants the boys to be next to their uncle. Would you have a problem if we moved Danny?" And he said, "No." So if you go out to the cemetery, you'll find that Danny and the boys are side by side.
Does anyone else wish to speak?
Yes, I would, please.
Yes, ma'am.
So as David's wife, I have stood by him for the last 30 years and watched his pain, his suffering, his dark days that you cannot imagine. It's been hard as a loving wife to stand back and watch him suffer the pain that he has gone through. To not want to get out of bed some days. To not be able to get out of bed. Because the pain was so much for him. And for 30 years, we have thought this day would never come. But yet here we are. I don't feel that it's time for her to be let out because she took 2 lives. She didn't just take 1. She took 2 precious little boys that we haven't been able to watch grow up. And as Becky stated earlier, all the things that we've missed out on because of them not being here, all the things they missed out on growing up in and doing. And for her to be in prison for the last 30 years, you would think that she would have thought about what she's done. She would have said, I'm sorry. But she hasn't said, I'm sorry. She hasn't even called him. She hasn't even told him she was sorry. Much less the world. For 9 days, all I can think about is how much she lied and manipulated everybody. The whole world. I watched it and believed her myself. I wanted her to be telling the truth. But to be betrayed by her lies. And that just makes me feel like if she could do that then, whatever she's told you today, I'm sure were probably lies as well. Because she has shown in her last 30 years what she does in prison. She's all about herself. It's all about what she can do to make her life better. Michael and Alice didn't get a chance at life. They were forced the death penalty. She took that from them. The lives of this family has been forever changed. It caused us to be a little overprotective of our now daughter. A little bit more than we probably should have been. Because we were afraid something might happen to her. It's changed the way we look at life. It's changed the way that we look at everybody. Who can I trust? For a long time, I didn't trust a lot of people. I had to be careful, around certain people. I didn't know if I could trust them or not. All because of her lies. So to help give this family some peace, it would be best if Susan stayed behind bars and stay in prison for the rest of her life. I respectfully ask you to keep her in. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Does anyone else wish to speak for Mr. Smith? Sheriff, anyone?
Forgive me. Most of what I have to say is going to be pretty redundant. But primarily I would just like to focus on, since I came after the fact, what I had stolen from me was 2 older brothers, the good and the bad of having older siblings. And I now try to use my life as a way to live for them. And growing up, I didn't quite understand it my whole life, but when I finally did, I felt like I had witnessed it, like I was there. The pain that not only was caused to me in like a domino effect, but what I have seen firsthand with my father, my aunt, and our whole hometown. We can no longer say that we're from Union County without Susan's actions being brought up. And just for the sake of all of us and our whole community, I ask that you deny her request.
Mr. Smith, you're welcome to stay seated if you are more comfortable.
Madam Chairman, members of the committee. It's been a tough 30 years. I'm not here to speak about what she's done in prison. You all have the records and accounts of all that. I'm just here to advocate on Michael and Alex's behalf and as their father. You know, God gives us free choice. And she made free choice that night to end their life. This wasn't a tragic mistake. It wasn't something that she didn't mean to do. She purposely meant to end their life. I never have felt any remorse from her for it. She's never expressed any to me. I've never seen it on paper. No, you've heard, she changed my life for the rest of my life that night. Some for the better, some for the worse, but what she did, not only to Michael and Alex, she came pretty close to causing me to end my life because of the grief that she brought upon me. But thankfully she didn't. I understand back in 95 that through the state's law, life in prison meant 30 years to life. And now that's different, but at that time, that's what counts. I understand that. But ultimately, to me, that's only 15 years per child. Her own children. It's just not enough. So I'm asking that you please deny her parole today. And hopefully in the future, but specifically today. Not let her out. I miss them very much. And I love them very much. And I will be here every 2 years going forward to ensure that your death doesn't go in vain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. Again, please know how very, very sorry this board is to all of you for all the pain that this crime caused you. But we sincerely appreciate you all being here with us today. Thank you very much. And thank you for the reminder with the picture of Alex and Michael. They were beautiful children. So thank you for reminding us of that today. We wish you the very best. And if no one else has anything else that they would like to say, if you all will exit with these ladies over here, we'll have an answer for you shortly. Thank you so much for being here. As a reminder, Mrs. Mira did recuse herself. Ms. Susan Smith is denied parole. The vote is unanimous, numbers 1 and 6. Thank you.
Thank you. The time now is 12:51 p.m. We will pause our recording. Ms. Hunter, if you can advise when the recording has been paused.
The recording has been paused.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This is Valerie Suber, Associate Deputy Director for Paroles, Pardons, and Relief Services. If everyone would just give me a moment to give some instructions. As the room clears from the board, I would like for media to pay attention. You are given the next 15 minutes for bathroom break. Please use the restroom. Prepare yourselves for the press conference. We will allow you into the building beginning 15 minutes from now. Once we check you in, we'll start the press conference once everybody is inside. If there are any questions, please address them to the staff and we'll get you an answer as quickly as possible. Again, there is 15 minutes between the time we're ending this and beginning entrance back into the building. Anybody who is in the building who needs to leave and get their cameras or phones are allowed to do so during that 15-minute period and then check back in at the front door. Thank you all so much, and the board will be at recess for lunch.
quick mic check for everybody. Make sure your audio's good. Everybody's audio's good. Thumbs up, all that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody's good. All right. Walker, where are you? Walker? Yeah. Walker, where? Just check. My level's good. All right, thank you.
You guys, David and the family will be out in a little less than 10 minutes. He will make a statement. He will take no questions. No questions, please. Don't ask. Thank you very much.
Mic check, mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Just as a backup, and I'll just hardwire it right into the second input.
Any more doughboys in there?
What's that?
Any more doughboys in there?
No. I can
Yes.
We tried to get you to speak first time. Oh, you? Yeah. David is not going to take questions. I know they've told you guys that, but he appreciates you being here today and supporting the family. Obviously, it's a positive decision today, but David wants to say a few words to you. Thank you.
You know, today has been 30 years coming. Wasn't sure how to feel, what to expect. I know what I was hoping. I think, Susan, in the last 30 years, through her action, has continued to proven that it's all about her. What all this has done to her, how it has affected her. I haven't seen any remorse from her. So for her to think that I would even speak on her behalf, I do not understand that. But it's been such a tough 30 years for my family, for friends, loved ones, near and far. But today, the committee made the right decision and denied her parole, at least for another 2 years. So I'm not looking forward to it in 2 more years to go through this again, but at least I know for now she'll still be behind bars. And for 2 more years, there'll still be justice for Michael and Alex. Thank you.
We got Kevin Brackett, who was my deputy solicitor at the time. Kevin is now the solicitor in York and Union counties. He tried the case with me. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. Yes, sir.
Are you surprised by the result?
Personally, now I've got to speak for me. David and his family, he could speak for himself, but we were cautiously optimistic. I think, as David said, she's demonstrated that it's always been about Susan from the day she committed the crime. And so I think we're hopeful, we're happy. It's unfortunate that the law wasn't what it is now, that life meant life, because as we spent the last 3 hours together kind of reminiscing as a family, and we'll all be back 2 years from now, or as Solicitor Brackett said, as long as somebody's remembering Michael and Alex, we'll all be back here.
She mentioned living with her brother if she gets out. Would you want to see her back in the community?
From the folks I've spoken to in the Union community, they are ready to quit being the place where Susan Smith killed her children. I think the family members have said it's robbed them of their community and the love of their community. Absolutely, the best thing would be if Susan was ever paroled is that she would just disappear and go be anonymous somewhere. But unfortunately, we know based on her behavior that that's not going to happen.
No, I think, as I told the parole board, she traumatized not just the family, but she traumatized that entire community and left a scar on Union that will exist as long as people remember what she did, which is going to be for a long time. So I don't think anybody would be excited to see her return.
Yes, sir.
After having to seek the death penalty, or after seeking the death penalty and this ending up the way it did, what will it mean to have to do this every 2 years?
It is a torture for this family. It was a reunion of sorts. I've shared with you before that I don't contact these folks because we represent a bad time in their lives. But when I see them, I'll start crying now talking about it. The sad thing is that every 2 years, as David said, the clock starts ticking. 30 years seems like it went like this, but the flip side is that this is a strong family. David has put it from the beginning that it's about Michael and Alex. And as long as I can draw breath and be here to support them, and I know the family feels the same, we'll be here. Yes, ma'am.
I'm not sure if you saw the statement that Susan Smith delivered earlier today. She was tearful, she appeared remorseful, but do you think she's the same woman that she was 30 years ago?
I believe Susan is the same woman she was 30 years ago when she laughed in the courtroom when the jury wasn't in and cried as soon as the jury came in. And I got no reason to believe anything different. We weren't able to see the feed that you guys saw, so I don't know if you saw Kevin and I were discussing all the way from the day she called David Smith and he came out to the house, and he's on television, looks like a man who just told he lost his children, and Susan's excited about being on television. So I believe her to be the same. Solicitor, you may want
Yes,
to weigh
sir,
in.
I completely agree. You look at her record in jail and ask yourself, does this appear to be a woman who's changed her behavior, changed her life? If she were released, she would capitalize on this. She would attempt to monetize her fame. She does not need to be out of jail. She needs to stay in jail. These boys had 140 to 150 years of life ahead of them. She should stay there at least that long.
Attorney, I'm the Reverend, and we want to say we appreciate y'all hard work y'all done, because the black families and a lot of young black men were being attacked, because of what she said, and you went down and got the truth. And as a minister and for other ministers, I come to tell y'all thank y'all for what y'all done.
Reverend,
David, we'll pray for you and your family too.
Reverend, I want to tell you I appreciate it. I've been asked over the years about the racial aspect of it. And I'll tell you, that community, they think because we're Southern, because we sound like me, that there's going to be an issue. That community handled that issue. A reporter asked an African-American lady in Union, what do you think about the community blaming a black man? And she said the community didn't blame a black man. Susan Smith blamed the black man. So I appreciate your words here, and I know the family does.
I told them, when the police come, put your hands up and just say, I ain't done nothing, mister. I ain't got no gun, I ain't got no children.
Yes.
And the police were very respectful. They came and searched the house and pulled the guys over that was in the red Mazda, and they checked out and they wasn't there, and they treated people fair. But we thank you, because you went down and got the truth back.
Well, I made a point of telling the parole board that those people, how many black men who happen to resemble the man she imagined driving a red Mazda in California or Colorado or Missouri, how many of those people got pulled over because of what she did? They're all victims too.
I think the difference for Susan Smith was a combination, and only really the jurors can answer that. I think the fact the trial was in Union, and you're going to see the same people at the grocery store every day, I think that made a difference. I think it makes us uncomfortable. It's actually a lot easier to blame the criminal or blame the father. We leave our kids at home every day with our mothers, and we don't think about it, and so I think it was unsettling. And they wanted to think there was some reason. It's hard for us to grasp that Susan's sole reason was selfishness and what was best for Susan.
And it's precisely that betrayal, because people expect their mothers to protect their children and lay down their very lives for them. And it's precisely that betrayal that makes this case so disturbing and such a terrible crime.
How does the community move forward after today's showing, and knowing you still got a path ahead? How do you move?
I think the difficulty is for these folks moving forward. I think Union, just like I'll always be the Susan Smith prosecutor, Union will always be the place where Susan Smith took Michael and Alex's life. I think where your prayers need to be, Reverend, is praying, as you said, for this family and for God's peace on them, because they're going to be dealing with it long after we go back home. Hug your kids tonight. Remember the positive things, and remember how hard this family fought and what they've been through and how they stood strong for Michael and Alex. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Her attorney brought up her past as far as her dad being suicide.
Yes, sir.
How much do you think that played a role in the divorce? Do you think you thought about that enough?
I think the defense presented that, all the way back in death penalty, and I think that may have helped in mitigation. She went from Susan the monster at the time of the crime to Susan the victim when we're trying it in July. But the truth is, if you peel back the facts, as horrible as that is, she made choices. It's like David said today. She chose. If it had been a botched suicide, she could have shown up at that house wet. She could have shown up at that house injured. She could have come and said, I made a horrible mistake. She didn't. It was all about what's best for Susan. And so those are sad, tragic circumstances, may have made the woman she is, but the woman she is made a horrible decision and took two precious lives. Ready, guys?
Yeah.
Good.
Thank
you
you
for your time
Thank you.
today. Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you, David, and y'all did a good job. Thank you. We pray for you and your family. We pray for you. And we pray for you turn. Yes, God said, I was down that day you told me she could heal